918. Lawrence Stead in the brown Datsun 1200, a 2:30 580. Darren Graham in the Nissan GTR. That looks like our fastest time so far this weekend, a 151.9, which is only 3 seconds off his personal best set last year, which was a 148.9. So only 3 seconds off his best time and our second or third fastest last year, behind Aaron Cook. I know he was on the podium for that. Steve Percival in the white Honda Civic. By the way, let's give these guys some applause here. Thank them for doing this. Yeah. Steve Percival in a white Honda Civic, a 221.202. Jason Vaughter, another one of our novices. That's the rear-wheel drive Toyota Tercel with the S2000 engine in it, a 231.295. And that's it for times so far. So again, our fastest driver so far this weekend, Darren Graham in that Nissan GTR. Followed up by the 153 of Roger Seber in the Hayabusa car, a 153.788. And then Mike Brasseur in the Mitsubishi Evo 10, a 159.779. Those are our top three. So as always, we need to make sure we thank all of our sponsors, including our title sponsor, Leavitt Machinery. They provide lift machinery. They're in the infield this weekend, so make sure you pop by and see them, say hi, and talk to them about all their lift equipment and your needs. Artisan Roofing provides us with an Ford F-350 with the water tank in the box for fire prevention. Wyant Auto Group. They've got Audi, Jaguar, Land Rover, Kelowna, Porsche Center Kelowna, Volvo Cars Kelowna. Again, they provide us with 2 vehicles for this year's event. So thank you to Wyant Auto Group. Both the City of Kelowna and the Regional District will allow us to use Knox Mountain Park for the event. Classified Motorsports, they have a booth in the car show, and they have also provided some financial sponsorship of the event, so thank you to them. Fraserway RV provided both the announcing and timing trailers, the one on the infield that I'm in. Look for the little red Cobra parked out front. By the way, that's a Factory 5X hill climb race car. That Cobra ran here at Knox under the hands of Shannon Wall from Western Motorsports in Calgary. And so that car turned a 155.9 here at Knox Mountain back in 1999. And it was, at that time, the fastest car with doors ever to compete here at Knox. So that little red Cobra, now it's mine. I know, I'm kind of proud. Infotel Multimedia providing online advertising. Interstate Battery provides batteries to power the timing lights and the beams at both the start and finish line. iSpeed Communications provides internet, and TV phone services. Sorry, provides internet, TV, and telephone services. And we use them for the wireless communication at the top of the hill. K96.3, Kelowna's Classic Rock. They're here all weekend, both days. They're providing us with on-air advertising. And they've got the crew here. Mario's Towing, providing tow trucks and flat decks. And I'll have to find out, but it's either 4 or 5 vehicles they provide every year for the past 25 years. So huge thank you to Mario's Towing. And, of course, all the drivers really appreciate you guys being here. Mealing Welding and Supply. They've got a welding rig on site, and they're proud to sponsor this year's trophies, or to supply this year's trophies. Pacific Western Fire Protection provides about 50 fire extinguishers here on the hill. Hopefully they don't get used all weekend. Rogers Communications provides us with an internet connection here at the base, and also allows the large screen TV to be live streamed on Facebook, YouTube, and Vimeo. So yeah, this is actually all live streaming. Thank you very much. Stroma Signs providing deckling for all the cars that the officials are driving. Tree of Life, thank you for providing contents for our lunches. Waste Connections of Canada, the garbage and recycling bins. Project Flat Out provided financial sponsorship, and they've got a car in the car show. Pierre, thank you for that. They provide local race car parts for getting your race car ready. Hit the red line with confidence. Visit their website, projectflatout.ca. Orchard View Builder are the title sponsor of our car show. Lawrence Stead Graphic Design did our t-shirts, the 65th anniversary t-shirts. And of course, we have to make sure we thank our big screen sponsors, Applewood Performance, Jevity Life Science, and Lakeview Equipment. Thank you to our Diamond and Gold sponsors for sponsoring all of that. We are ready to get back to racing. So we have Sheridan MP on the line again. Always great to have Sheridan here. His best time ever, set back in 2018, is a 1:56.084, and I believe it was a different car. He's now in a different class, racing in the SPS2 class, where he is the record holder in that class. He is 49 years old, a member of the Knox Mountain Club, and from Maple Ridge, BC. He's done a B18C engine swap, done a bunch of suspension, full cage, and a whole bunch of aero. And is sponsored by Terracana Foundation Solutions, Tash Bespoke Auto Styling, and Frankenstein Speed and Custom. 20 years racing at Knox, as I said, looking to improve on a 1:56.0. This is Mike Brasseur with our third fastest time so far this weekend, the 1:59.779. He's driving a 2008 Mitsubishi Evo X, Evo 10. He's done intake, intercooler, full exhaust, upgraded front and rear brakes, upgraded front and rear sway bars, KW coilovers, and a few aero parts. Sponsored by Top Brass Custom Wrenchworks, Brushstroke Signs, and Botanica Spa. 14 years at Knox, his best time ever is a 1:58.3. Sitting at a 1:59.7. So 1.4 seconds off of personal best. Fully expect to see that get destroyed this weekend. He started out as a volunteer here at the Hill. Started racing in 2009. Also pit crewed. He's done autocross and road racer driver training. And he says he's been coming to Knox since 2002. Great to have Mike Brasseur back. This is Frank Ewald from Abbotsford. Thanks again to Frank for setting up the help with Braun Palco on the Cobra purchase for me. That was just in March this year. 1992 Nissan NX 1600 racing in the M3 class. It's a Honda K24 engine swap with a 6-speed transmission to go with it. Running a K-tuned throttle body, K-tuned shifter, and other fun stuff. Feel suspension. He's sponsored by Ewald Performance and G-Lock Brakes. 6 years racing here at Knox. Best time ever, a 2:05.825. Set back in 2019. He said it was the same car body, but with a different engine. He's running a Nissan SR20 DET engine in it, now running the Honda K24. He said it's interesting because he hasn't been able to get the car as fast as it was with the old engine here at Knox. But he says he goes road racing with the car, and he's way faster with this new engine. Road racing. Knox Mountain Hill Climb. Not as fast. Interesting. This is Eric Grochowski, 43-year-old member of the Calgary Sports Car Club. It's a 2002 Subaru WRX. Fully set up for open class all-wheel drive rally racing. He's running, of course, full roll cage, the off-road gravel suspension, stay on the track, group N brakes, limited slip, both front and rear. He's also running a restrictor in the turbo engine for the open class of all-wheel drive. That's kind of an oxymoron, though, isn't it? Open class, but you have to run a restrictor? Maybe I can get some information on that later. Sponsored by Vex Performance and Can-Jam Motorsports. Don't know how many of you remember Can-Jam Motorsports was here as a sponsor with their Subaru rally car, and I was very fortunate to get a ride up Knox Mountain in this rally car as a passenger. Wow. I don't think I've ever been in a car that launches as hard as an all-wheel drive Subaru. Seriously impressive, and like this is a full-blown open-wheel international rally car. Very, very cool. So Eric Grochowski trying to improve and a 2:16.4 in his third year here at Knox. Basil Koziak from Northern Alberta, Devon, Alberta to be precise, a member of the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club. Racing in the U1 class in a 1984 Nissan 300ZX. The car is set up for endurance racing. And he is a rookie here at Knox Mountain. First run, a 3:05.821. Started autocrossing back in 1976 in Grand Prairie, Alberta. He's done some Formula Ford racing at Calgary Race City back in the 90s. This is Roger Flesher from Bellingham, Washington. It is nice to have Roger back after about a 10-year absence. His previous best time was a 2:06 set back in 2007. The car is a V8-powered Sunbeam Tiger. Built in 1967. Lots and lots of mods on it. Beautiful little car. Very similar to the AC Cobra built back in the same era. Both British car chassis, and then running V8 motors in them. Little Ford 5-liter 347. Actually, was chatting with Roger, and apparently he's running the same stroked 302 motor in his car that I have in mine. So yeah, very cool, very quick car. Like I say, he ran a 206 back in 07. And he's started autocrossing back in, doesn't say what year, sorry, with the Chuckanut Sports Car Club. Mine's definitely louder, though. Definitely louder. On the line, this is Gail Baird, 77-year-old member of the Sports Car Club of BC and Vintage Racing Club of BC. She is a very prolific racer. In fact, when she goes racing, she takes 2 race cars. One is a Honda Civic. The other is an open-wheel 1964 Formula V. And she'll do both multiple race classes. In fact, the Civic, I know she runs in more than one class at Mission Raceway. So very, very impressive for anybody, let alone a 77-year-old. So seriously impressive race car driver there. She only started racing back in 09 after she retired. And she says pretty much any CACC race weekend at Mission, you'll catch her there racing both cars. She's also raced at Portland, the International Raceway, and in Monterey at Laguna Seca, historic racetrack, and Seattle's Pacific Raceway. Her best time is a 2:21.603 set back in 2018. That's Gail Baird. This is Bjorn Trapp racing in the Formula Libre class in his highly modified Polaris Slingshot. If you know anything about the Polaris Slingshot, it's normally a 3-wheel car. Well, this has been converted with a bullet speed 4-wheel conversion. Then he's also running a Stage 2 turbo from ZZP Performance. A 2.4-liter Chevy Ecotec crate engine. He's also running a race clutch. I saw him out at an autocross up in Vernon 3-4 weeks ago. And not an easy car to drive. The clutch is very, very touchy. Anyway. QA1 coilovers, slotted and drilled rotors, a carbon wing, and the Nitto NTO1 tires. Sponsored by his girlfriend. He's previously raced at Knox for 3 years. His best time was set in a 1932 Dwarf, which is sort of like a legend car. Ran a 157.030 in 2016. He said the best thing that happened to him last year was that he felt like he wanted to go racing again. and definitely has shown up. Jesse White on the line, sharing this car with Brian Sinfield, one of our past regulars here at Knox with this same car. It's a 1991 Mazda Miata, running Spec Miata suspension, and then they differ from the Spec Miata race cars, and he's running a Greddy turbo on it. A little bit extra power there. Sponsored by Speed Tech Racing. This is Jesse's second time here at Knox. Also ran back in 2018. He, of course, also is sponsored by Brian, and thanks to Brian for letting him run the car. He started racing at a very young age. Pardon me. He got into time attack, lapping, and ice racing, road racing, time attack, and drift and drag racing. Wow. Very extensive racing history. So Jesse White looking to improve on his first run of the day at 2:21.9. He's been as quick as at 2:18. This is Colin Lloyd on the line, 44-year-old member of the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club from Sherwood Park, racing in the T5 class in a 1986 Toyota MR2. He's done cams, injectors, and headers, so mostly engine work. Looks like it's been lowered a bit too. Maybe not, but it looks like it does. And Colin has no previous history here at Knox. Don't know if he's a rookie or not. But yeah, there's no details listed. So Colin, when you get a minute, the media sheet you didn't properly fill out with all of the details, come and fill us in, please, so we can talk about your history. Colin's looking to improve on an earlier run at 2:26.323. All right, apparently I just found out that Colin Lloyd is a rookie. So a first-timer here at Knox. This is Roger Seber on the line in his... No. Once again, it clicked on the wrong link. Sorry.
You got 2 whole days. Yeah, I know. I'm going to bring like a company.
Norman Hayton, 42-year-old member of the Vancouver Chinese Motorsports Club and Western Canadian Ice Race Association from Surrey. The car is a 2006 Honda Civic SI racing in the T4 class, sponsored by DG Motorsports and Action Tire. It's running coilovers, sway bars, some camber, an intake, header, and exhaust, and then, of course, a custom tune. He's run at Knox one previous year, turned to 2:04.9 last year, and I believe in the same car. And he's also sharing this with Ryan Richmond. This is Corey Usick, 55-year-old member of the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club from Edmonton. He's a soil relocation engineer. I know, you're looking around going, what's a soil relocation engineer? He, like, moves dirt around, literally, you know, backhoes and all that kind of stuff. Dirt Axe Trenching, his company up in Edmonton. Yes, I like that. Soil relocation engineer. More of you drivers need to do that. You know, come up with really cool versions of what you do. The car is a 1987 RX-7 with Haltech management, engine management, sponsored by his wallet, his company, and his family. 28 years racing at Knox, one of our long-timers. His best ever set in 2019, turns 2 minutes flat, .282. Different car. Now he has already, let's see, he's a, no, never mind. I was going to say, he's already faster. No, he's not. He was 2 minutes flat, and he's run at 2:18.0. Up on the line, Greg Petroski in his M2 class, 2001 Subaru Impreza 2.5 RS. Kind of a rare car, the 2.5 RS. So very cool little sedan. He's got a built STI, the other Impreza, you know, the WRX STI? Yeah, built STI block, a Garrett GTX turbo, Vipec engine management, STI drivetrain, KW suspension, ABW flares, a custom ANSIX auto carbon front splitter, and dual element rear wing. He says, I make some really cool race car parts. Check us out at ansixauto.com. Of course, that's his sponsor. Also sponsored by Boost Barn Motorsports, Bespoke Performance, AFR AutoWorks. 4 years at Knox, looking to improve on a 157.2 set last year. The most heavily modified BMW probably in existence. Well, okay, not. Certainly the most heavily modified BMW at Knox. That was a 1999 BMW M3. But just when you consider just the body, the roof's been lowered by 4 inches. Most of the body panels, the roof, hood, etc., all replaced with carbon fiber. Super lightweight, big motor, running a 2.8 liter engine. It's been sleeved and stroked out to 3 liters. Also running a supercharger on it. Oh, and then there's all the aero stuff on it, the big brakes. Also running ABS. He's got an ABS upgrade to it. 14 years here racing at Knox. Ran a 148.316 in 2019. He says he used to hold the SP4 record back years ago. Andre Marzali looking to improve on a 148.3. This is Steve Percival, 41-year-old member of the Sports Car Club of BC from Salmo. He's racing in the SP1 class, one of the legacy classes that goes away for next year. In a 1991 Honda Civic, he's running a VTEC swapped head. He's sponsored by Nelson Auto Repair and Gilbert's Parts Depot. Mechanic is Kaylee Farrelly. He would all like to thank Kaylee and all his family. Best thing about last year, he's first place in SP1. He's looking to improve on a 214.291 set last year. Currently sitting at a 221.2. Oh, by the way, we have the speed traps set up across from the start line, right directly across. That's a speed trap that tells you how fast the cars are going up into turn 1. So that last car, 116 kilometers an hour. This is Matt Sinfield, son of Brian Sinfield, 31 years old, from South Cooking Lake, Alberta. The car is a 1998 Honda Civic that he is sharing with Matthew Jasmine. This is the V6 swap from a Honda Accord. They've done shocks, sway bars, brakes. Healthy dose of hopes and dreams. Just a week ago, there was no motor in the car. So can you imagine fabbing all of that, getting it together, and bringing it out in 1 week? Fantastic. Sponsored by Fusion Charger Electrical. And he is a rookie here at Knox. He's only been here as a crew. So nice to see him racing. Dermot Young from Millerville, Alberta, old ex-home of Brent Thorkelson. He was the guy who ran the Hands for a Cure Porsche and took ill patients, cancer patients, up Knox. Anyway, Dermot is driving a 1968 Austin Cooper S. Fully race prepared. It was built in 1971. As a C sedan. It's running a 1293cc Longman engine, and then he's got a straight cut gearbox. So pretty fancy full race stuff. 7 years racing at Knox. His best time was set 50-ish years ago. Back in 77, he turned a 2:06. And he said that was with the same car, and he won the class, and then was under 2,000cc modified. So pretty impressive. Owned the car since at least 1977. Wow, he was only 22 years old when he bought it. This is Basil Santamaria, 34-year-old contractor from Surrey, racing in the U1 class in a 2004 Subaru STI. He's running an IAG closed deck block, a Borg Warner S300 Turb Ski, Link ECU, radiant fuel system, and all the other bits to get him up the hill. He's running, or sponsored by Boost Barn Motorsports, Bespoke Tuning and Performance, Speedy Goat Motorsports, Country Tire in Abbotsford, and his visa. Oh, also he's got added here Classified Motorsports in Kelowna as well. Justine Boyer's business, who's also racing here in her Mazda Miata. Basil Santamaria is trying to improve on a best ever run set last year, a 152.129. And has been here for 3 years racing. Here's one of our very quick cars here. Was in the top 3 last year. Can't remember, second place, I think, overall, third place overall, something like that. A 156 for a 2020 Tesla Model 3 electric car. The sound you hear is for the courtesy of our volunteer workers on the hill, because Tesla's electric cars make no sound. So any electric car in racing has to run a sound generator. So Jerry is running the sound generator. 63-year-old from Vancouver. This is only his second year at Knox. Last year, in his first ever run, did a 156. And he didn't specify 156 what. So maybe Jerry or somebody who knows can let us know a 156 what. He did Skip Barber Racing back in 2001. Jerry's sponsored by Jevity Life Science, who also is a major sponsor of our board, the big giant TV screen. So thank you very much, Jerry Croll, for, again, being a sponsor of our giant screen TV. He's also sponsored by Body Comp Imaging. And it's a fully race-prepared Tesla Model 3. It's an extremely quick car and very capable. He's only 7 seconds off the pace of his fastest time ever. I love the new livery on Jennifer Auker's car. That is gorgeous. Okay, I'm being told that's neon yellow. I think it's neon green. Anyway, whatever it is, I love it. Jennifer Auker, 57 years old, member of the Sports Car Club of America from Eugene, Oregon. She is the CEO of a medical nonprofit. It's a 2004 Subaru STI racing in the U1 class. The car is fully prepped for Pikes Peak, running Haltech Elite 2500 ECU, AIG Magnum short block, X-Shift sequential transmission, StopTech big brakes, and she says the list just goes on. Sponsored by PRE Racing out of Portland. 3 years racing here at Knox. Each year she was crowned Queen of the Hill. A very fast 159.305 set 2 years ago. Jennifer Auker looking to improve on that 159.3 this week. Currently sitting at a 228.213. This is Richard Yatsina, 65-year-old from Penticton, a member of the Knox Mountain Hill Climb Club, driving a 1990 Mazda Miata spec Miata configuration. So basically stock motor and a modified suspension kit that you buy and put onto the car, which it consists of exhaust and header as far as engine mods, but other than that, pretty stock. Sponsored by his CPP and his old age security. 20 years racing here at Knox, Richard says. His best time ever was set back in '07 in another Miata, a red spec Miata. Turned a 215.317. Currently sitting at a 226.163. Hey, drivers that are in the pits, get your cars to pre-grid right now. We have 2 cars left and nobody in pre-grid for Group 2. Drivers, Group 2, pre-grid immediately. There's literally no cars there, and we're running like we have 3 cars left. Ryan O'Connor, 57 years old, a brand new driver here at Knox Mountain, racing in the M4 class in a 1995 blue Acura Integra. Also sponsored by Jevity Life Science and Second Gen Racing. He started racing back in 2008 with the Sports Car Club of BC in Mission. He has the track record at Mission with the CACC in Pro 3. 16 years of racing history running Hondas and BMWs at Mission. He ran 5 years with the U.S. Conference Series running in Pro 3. Multiple podium finishes. So a big-time road racer, Ryan O'Connor. First time at Knox, second run ever up the hill, looking to improve on a 212.946. This is Bob Sherman taking his second crack at the hill. DNF'd on his first run, having a mechanical problem with the car. Marie was also having, his wife, who he shares the car with, was also having mechanical issues with the car. So very interesting to see how they'll do on his second run at Knox in his 1995 vintage racing MG RV8. Of course, running the Rover V8, which originally started out as a General Motors V8, all aluminum block. If you guys remember Alan Reed with his MGB GT V8, the red one with the big spoilers and flares and all that stuff, this is powered by the same power plant. Roughly. Same origins, anyway. I know Alan and Brian were like custom block, custom everything, but yeah, very cool. So we're hoping for a run right to the top for Bob.
Yeah, it's cutting it. Thanks, bud.
One of our long-timers is Ken Staples on the line, 79 years old. Maybe the oldest driver here? Maybe. I haven't been paying attention. Yeah, Group 2. Group 2. Get your butts to pre-grid right now, please. Well, bring the car too. Ken is from Laklabish, Alberta, and a member of the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club. It's a 1999 Dodge Neon. Fully race-prepared engine, adjustable coilovers, limited slip diff in the trans, and then everything else that you're allowed to do while racing in that class. His mechanic is Jesse White, who also is here racing this weekend. Ken's raced at Knox for 22 years, one of the long timers, 2 minutes flat. But that was back in 1977 in a Sunbeam Tiger. By the way, just a bit of an update on the Indy 500 qualifying. Rita's VK had quite a crash in turn 3 during his first qualifying run. So Rena's VK as he's limping out of the medical center. Okay, Bob Sherman still having issues with that green MG RV8. So still having mechanical issues, not running quickly. And by the way, that was our last car of this run group. And so we'll be getting the cars from the turnaround area at the top of Knox Mountain and sending them all back down once car number 19, Ken Staples, finishes his run. Huge thank you to all of our sponsors for this weekend. Literally, the event wouldn't be running if it wasn't for companies like Leavitt Machinery. They're our title sponsor, but on top of the financial sponsorship, they also provide us with their lift equipment. We set up things like the big poles you see in front of you with the start line banner on it. We move around all kinds of things all over the hill with their equipment. So a huge, huge thank you to Leavitt Machinery. They are in the infield, so be sure you stop in and see them and chat with them about your lifting needs. Artisan Roofing provides a Ford F-350 that's on course with a water tank for fire prevention. Wyant Auto Group provided a couple of vehicles for us that are at the bottom of the hill. They run Audi Kelowna, Jaguar Kelowna, Land Rover Kelowna, Porsche Center Kelowna, Volvo Cars Kelowna. So Wyant Auto Group, thank you. Both the City of Kelowna and the Regional District of the Central Okanagan allow us to use Knox Mountain Park for the event, so thanks very much to both of you. Classified Motorsports, they provide financial sponsorship, and they also have a booth in the car show area. Fraserway RV have provided both of the RVs. Thanks very much, Fraserway RV, located on Highway 97 North, right close to Reed's Corner. Go and see them for all your RV needs. Infotel Multimedia does online advertising. Interstate Battery, providing batteries for us for, gosh, at least the last 20 plus years. So thanks to Interstate Battery. iSpeed Communications helps us with internet connection at the top of the hill. K96.3, Kelowna's Classic Rock. They will be on the hill in the infield area here. So thank you very much to Kelowna's Classic Rock, K96.3. Mario's Towing, another one of our long-time sponsors. They provide the tow trucks that you see on the hill and down here at the bottom, free of charge to all the drivers. They supply all their manpower, all the fuel, and their trucks free of charge. So wonderful. Thanks, guys, at Mario's Towing. Mealing Welding and Supply. They've got a welding rig on site if anyone needs any welding done. And they're proud to supply this year's trophies. Pacific Western Fire Prevention provides fire extinguishers. So thank you very much to Pacific Western. I think we've got something like 50 fire extinguishers on the hill. Rogers Communication, they've been providing an internet connection for us that we use down at the base of Knox Mountain that also helps to live stream our big screen. So yes, by the way, that is live streaming, or has been live streaming, and will be all weekend. Thank you very much to our sponsors for that, which I'll get to in a minute. By the way, you can find those links for the live streaming on both YouTube and Vimeo, as well as, I believe they said it's live streaming right on our Facebook page. So the Leavitt Machinery Knox Mountain Hill Climb live streaming. You can catch this from home. But you don't want to. You need to be here. Also, thank you to Stroma Signs for decaling up our officials' cars. Tree of Life provided some contents for our lunches. Also, thanks to Project Flatout for financial sponsorship. Plus, they have a booth in the car show. Pierre is there for you for your local race car parts. Help you get your car ready, your race car ready. ProjectFlatout.ca. Orchard View Builder. They're the title sponsor of our car show and financial supporter of Knox Mountain, so thanks very much to the Okanagan View Builders. Lornstead Graphic Design created our 65th anniversary T-shirt. You can pick those up near the main gate entrance, and I believe they're in white and gray. Lornstead Graphic Design, again, created our 65th anniversary T-shirt. Old Dutch Foods supplied chips for our volunteers' lunches. Then we have some official suppliers for our event. They've given us a discount on their supplies. Central Okanagan Protective Services, Holly North Production Supplies in the Lower Mainland, involved in the TV and movie industry. Interior portables. They provide all the portables down here in the bottom part of the Knox Mountain. And I think there's actually some on top as well. Knox Mountain Market are helping provide stuff for our lunches for the volunteers. Concast, they move and relocate all these concrete barriers you see. Modulock provides the fencing around the event. Trophy Den has provided us with some dash plaques. TNT Dynamite Gourmet Food Truck. The Aloha Okanagan Food Truck. Sweet Cloud Ice Cream Rolls. Part of the proceeds from all of those help support the Knox Mountain Hill Climb. Also thanks to, also thanks to the CACC. Group 2 guys to pre-grid. Get here now. There's nobody. Well, 5 cars. Group 2, we need 19 more cars? Immediately, drivers, immediately to pre-grid. The cars are already on their way down. You will forfeit a run if you are not in pre-grid. Those are called DNFs. Back to our thank yous. The Sports Car Club of BC, they've provided us with the 2 safety trucks and all the manpower to operate them on the hill. Our charities every year, we have charities every year. And this year, we've chosen the Central Okanagan Bursary and Scholarship Society, West Bank Museum, and we're also working with our title sponsor, Leavitt Machinery, because they support the Heart and Stroke Foundation. Also, huge thank you, our big screen sponsors. This is put together basically because of Jevity Life Science, Applewood Performance, Lakeview Equipment. A huge thank you to all 3 of those major sponsors for bringing this all together. Garrett Mealing and a couple of the others have worked really hard. Jerry Croll as well worked really hard to put this all together and provide this for you guys. So a huge thanks to all of them. A few other quick sponsors to mention for the big screen include Reboot Racing FMM, the Green Real Estate Group, Lordco, Race Gear Performance, Ewald Performance, Reach Tire and Auto, Kelowna Karting, Archetype Performance, WEG Canada, Creative Door, Orchard View Builders, Madison Industrial Group, Inland Truck and Equipment, and Classified Motorsports. By the way, in the infield, give these guys a round of applause. They really appreciate that. I mean, they're coming out here, driving in the rain. And while you're at it, give yourself a round of applause. Slap yourself on the back for being here in the rain. By the way, in the infield, we do have some food and beverage for you. Sweet Cloud Ice Cream Rolls. Somebody's going to have to bring me one of those to soothe my sore throat. Aloha Okanagan Hawaiian Shave Ice. Ooh, one of those would help too. TNT Dynamite Foods, burgers, sandwiches. Oh my gosh, all this food. Bring me food. Oh, the beer garden. Everybody. Come on. Verse and Virtue. Vice and Virtue Brewing. Yes, a beer will straighten my head out totally. They've got White Lie and Pilsner, Home Wrecker, IPA, and the Love Potion Raspberry Sour. Wow. Plus, there's also some games and merchandise in the infield. West Bank Museum here with a booth for the kids. OK Whips Car Culture with shirts, jackets, and hoodies. Classified Motorsports, Project Flat Out for auto supplies and services. And, of course, Classic Rock K96.3 Radio in Kelowna. Again, thank you very much to all of our suppliers, sponsors, and a massive thank you to our big screen sponsors again. Applewood Performance, Jevity Life Science, and Lakeview Equipment. This is all possible because of you guys, so yeah, huge thanks to our sponsors. I'm going to take a quick break, and we'll put on some K96.3 live feed.
Raining. Gonna get greasy.
All right, we're back at racing, and this is Amanda Shuffles taking her second run up Knox. First run today was a 225.183. It's a 1994 Honda Civic with a B16A motor swap. Right behind her is her partner. Oh, okay, never mind. This is Amanda. Sorry, that was her husband. So Amanda Shuffles on the line now. Yeah, her husband Wade. Same car, same look. Already on his way up the hill. This is Michael Ptor on the line in a 1998 Honda Civic, a B20 VTEC motor swap, and a fully adjustable suspension lists his mods. He's 25 years old from Kelowna and a member of SFMC, Southern Florida Motorsports Club? No, I don't know. Southern, yeah, SFMC. Don't know what the F is. Southern something, I think. Michael Ptor, looking to improve on a 226.9 earlier today. Currently his best ever, a 210.149. This is Sherry Anthony on the line, 28-year-old member of Speed Fanatics. She is a drifter and has just come to Knox Mountain last year for the first time. Her best ever is a 214.096. The car is a 2006 Nissan 350Z. Again, fully built for drifting. Of course, it's got the hydraulic e-brake and all that fun stuff. Sponsored by Grand Forks Realty, Mirror Image Customs, and Legacy Tire. Also sponsored by Drift Union, who is Logan Noel and Sean Brown. Logan does all the working on the car, along with Derek Webster. Again, as I say, her second year ever at Knox, trying to improve on a best ever 216.0. She's one of the closest to her best time ever from her first run today. She's only just under 2.5 seconds off her personal best, where most of the other drivers were well over 3, 4, 5, 10, 15, 20 seconds slower. So Sherry Anthony very likely going to break that 214.0. Looking forward to that. As I mentioned earlier, one of 6 lady drivers here at Knox Mountain. Great to see that percentage change, working towards more and more women drivers. So yeah, fantastic to see that. This is Dave Lockwood from Langley. He's the owner of Hydro Fanatics, also his main sponsor, sponsored by Racing Greed and Durasigns. It's a 2006 Nissan 350Z. Running a cold air intake, true coilovers, and Z1 big brake kit. His best run, 7:35.103. By the way, Dave Lockwood, you need to come to my tent or to my trailer and tell me who and what all the details are about your previous driving record. 'Cause I don't have anything. Shame. This is Jason Vaughter driving a 1980 Toyota Tercel that has been taken from front-wheel drive and converted to rear-wheel drive with a Honda S2000 engine. It's running a Watts linkage Hilux rear axle, so like out of a little Hilux pickup truck. Running a Supra limited slip diff, and of course the S2000 engine, big brakes, and lots of high compression, full headwork, and big valves. Delta Velocity Motorsports is his main sponsor. 43 years old from Burnaby, and a first-timer here at Knox. Very first run ever at 2:31.295. So looking to improve on that. By the way, if you have lost your wallet, or if you don't know you've lost it, check your purse or your pockets. We have a wallet here. If you can tell me your name and it matches the wallet, you can have it. This is Brian Sinfield in his 1990 Mazda Miata, racing in the SP3 class. Again, that's one of our legacy classes that will be going away at the end of this event. So we're going to have to pick a new class for next year to race in. A lot of guys are wanting to set, records in the existing classes and that kind of thing. That's sort of the reason for a lot of these people running in the legacy classes. Last chance to set a permanent record. Very cool. Brian Sinfield's been at Knox for 8 years. Previously turned a 2:05.2. Currently sitting at a 2:25.8. Two and a half hours left in the Indy 500 qualifying. The Penske trio still sitting on top. Power, McLaughlin, and Newgard. Rossi and Kirkwood round out the top 5. This is Darren Graham running a 2009 Nissan GTR sponsored by Applewood Auto Group. They're, of course, one of the major sponsors of our giant screen TV that you see there. He's 59 years old, from Surrey, BC, in an 09 Nissan GTR running in the unlimited class. He is one of our fastest guys from last year, turned a 1:48.9, currently sitting at a 1:51.9. He is our current fastest time of the day driver so far, a 1:51.912. Almost perfectly 3 seconds off the fastest time he's ever set here, which was just set last year in his first year. If you didn't know it, the Nissan GTR is an extremely capable autocross and road race car. And I've driven one. They drive like a Nissan Maxima on the street. You can just putt around with it, go get groceries. It makes a great everyday car, and then take it to the track or autocross, and it's just ridiculous. Also autocross the car as well, and so yeah, very, very fast cars. Very cool.
Yeah, ISO stayed the same. Iris is a little higher
now. Matthew Jasmine on the line, 27 years old. Member of the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club from South Cooking Lake, Alberta. driving a 1998 Honda Civic. Hey, Henry, looking good in the black and yellow. Straight ahead of you in the trailer. Other side. Cobra side. Racing in a 1998 Honda Civic, Matthew Jasmine. Racing in the M3 class. That's the V6 swapped Honda Accord motor in that one. Very, very cool. This is Dave Stevenson on the line. 40-year-old from Coldstream, BC, and a very active member with the Knox Mountain Club. If you see anything posted on the Facebook page, the Leavitt Machinery Knox Mountain Hill Climb Facebook page, he probably posted it. Prior to the hill climb, he was very, very busy posting all the information about all the coming drivers and all the sponsors and everything that we've got going. So huge thanks to Dave Stevenson for all his hard work prior to the hill climb. And, I mean, he was here all day Thursday, all day yesterday. Again, putting in lots of work. So again, big thanks to Dave. The car is a 1991 Peugeot 205 GTI. His best time ever was set back in 2015, turned a 212.955. Currently sitting at a 219.736. By the way, the car is a right-hand drive. If he looks like he's sitting on the wrong side of the car, it's because he is. I was going to say English origin, right-hand drive, Peugeot. He's been involved in track days in the UK in the 2000s, early 2000s. He's also had trips to the Nürburgring with this Peugeot. Don Smith on the line in a 1993 BMW 325. I'm going to say E36. Maybe that's an E46. I can't tell from here. Anyway. Fully race prepared for spec BMW racing. No, it must be. Maybe it's... anyway, doesn't matter. 40 treadwear tires, weight reduction, headers, stand-load ECU, tuned in-house, independent throttle bodies, Alberta Racing Engines, and Fun Fabricator are his two sponsors, and a rookie here at Knox Mountain. 35 years old, and a member of the Western Canadian Motorsports Association out of Edmonton. Earlier today, ran a 2-minute 30.2, looking to improve on that. And again, as a brand new driver, all you want to do is get to the top of the hill. Another of our new drivers here. This is Ryan Richmond, sharing the car with Norman Hayton. 33-year-old member of the Vancouver Chinese Motorsports Club from Vancouver, racing in the T4 class with a 2006 Honda Civic SI. Running wheels, tires, suspension. He says Norm, who he shares the car with, he says, is a better driver than I am. Sponsored by, of course, Norm, the car owner, and Speedy Goat Motorsports. And as I mentioned, he is a rookie here, and he's looking to improve on a 212.752. He started out racing back in 2014 with the UBC Sports Car Club. Yes, universities and autocross go hand in hand. In fact, both UBC Okanagan and UBC based in Vancouver both are part of the SAE racing, and so they follow a specific set of class rules, and they build a car from scratch to compete nationally and in the U.S. With this whole SAE racing program. So very, very cool. Go to university, become a race car builder. Sign me up.
And then that gives a chance to walk up, give the guy a break. Calm down. Okay. What's going on?
This is Matthew Lee sharing Ken Staples' car. It's a 1999 Dodge Neon, running a high compression engine, suspension, and Megasport EFI. Sponsored by Speed Tech Racing Development. He's 33 years old and a member of the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club from Edmonton. Matthew Lee looking to improve on a 2 minute 30 seconds 2:05. Wow, the day's flying by. It's already 12:30, and lunch just got brought in. Thank you, ladies, from the Okanagan Roller Derby. If you're interested in roller derby, talk to the two ladies down here in white in front of my trailer. Yeah, roller derby. Roller derby coached for, what, 10, 12, 14 years? Taught these ladies how to skate. Well, partially anyway. Lots of fun. Okanagan Roller Derby. Flat track roller derby. Look it up. All right, this is Braun Polko, driving his 1995 Acura Integra that he also drag races. Very fast, tons of performance. Sponsored by Applewood Performance Center, who is also one of our sponsors of the giant screen TV. So thank you to Applewood Performance. He's a rookie here at Knox, but he's been racing since 2004. He's raced at Willow Springs, among other places. He's also been in the Euro Tuner magazine shootout. Very cool. That's road racing and autocross. Looking to improve on a 232.020. This is Marie Sherman trying to get this MG RV8 to the top of the hill in a reasonable fashion. They've been having mechanical problems with the car right since the very first run. Bob didn't get past the first turn and was turned around. So, and she shares, this is Marie, she's sharing the car with her husband Bob. And yeah, it's a brand new car to them. They used to run an MGB GT V8. Sorry, not V8, that was Alan Reed. MGB GT, so the hatchback version of that. No convertible here. This is all stripped down and ready for road racing. It's actually a SCCA specification GT2 race car. But again, and again, it looks like she slowed down there for a minute. Yeah, no, definitely going slower still. So they haven't figured out what the mechanical issue is with this. Wiring or mechanical or fuel injection or, it could be anything. But hopefully they will get it sorted out before the weekend's out. By the way, don't forget to check out the screen, what's it called? What's the word? The speed trap. Poor brain. It's on overload. The speed trap set up directly across from the start line on the other side, that black display. It showed Marie going through the speed trap at 81 kilometers an hour. Sitting on the line is Lauren Stead, one of our suppliers here at the Knox Mountain Hill Climb. If you're interested in a 65th anniversary t-shirt, go over by the entry, and they're selling white and gray t-shirts. So thank you to Lauren for all the work that he put into that. I understand that was quite a job, so again, thanks, Lauren. The car is a 1971 Datsun 1200 set up for road racing in the GT1 or GT Light class. His best time at Knox, set back in 2010, turned a 2 minute 10 second .003. So Lauren Stead looking to improve on a 2:30.580 so far this weekend. By the way, he is sponsored by his main credit card as well as his backup credit card. Like a guy with a sense of humor. He's 71 years old and a member of the Sports Car Club of BC and is a retired sign painter. And graphic artist, obviously. I mean, he did the design on the back of the t-shirts. So very cool. Thank you, Lauren. Do we have everybody from Group 2 that wants to race in pre-grid? Because it doesn't look like this is everybody. We have a very limited number of cars there. So if you're planning to run in Group 2 and not planning on getting a DNF, you may want to head to pre-grid right now.
Up the hill looking to do in 230.
This is a nice car. This is a rare anniversary Corvette. Love the paint job with the stripe on it. It's actually built for a spec Corvette racing class. So it runs an all-stock engine, transmission, and diff, and then they upgrade the suspension, sway bars, front brakes, and they add lots of cooling. And her name is Alice. The driver is Greg Kavuris from Vancouver and a member of the Sports Car Club of BC. Racing in the SP4 class. It's a 2004 anniversary Corvette. I actually looked at those for a while before I bought my Cobra. And I actually specifically looked for that year and model because of that anniversary. Very nice looking Z06. His best time ever at Knox here, he said last year, turned a 154.736. So far today, a 221.584 for his first run of the day. This is Greg Kavuris. I really like that fixed roof styling that they had in that series, the C5 Corvettes. Very, very nice styling. It's a very, to me, a nice muscular looking Corvette. So Greg was doing 130 kilometers an hour through the speed trap that's partway towards turn 1. So this is Roger Seber from Edmonton in his Hayabusa car. It's a full custom build running a Hayabusa motorcycle engine in it, racing in the Formula Libre class, and it is silly fast, like crazy fast, 149.894. I believe Roger's in the top 10 fastest ever drivers at Knox Mountain because of that car. He's already 4 seconds off with a 153.788. And so far, I believe, still around the second fastest driver here this weekend. So far. That will change. So Roger Seber went 142.7 kilometers an hour, faster than the Corvette, that little Hayabusa car. Wow. This is Matthew Murphy in his Renault from 2002. It's a Formula in the Formula Libre class. 37 years old, member of the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club from Fort McMurray. His best ever was set back in 2017. It's a 204.363. 204.363. So far this weekend, a 210.899. He's sponsored by Reboot Racing and Insight Glazing. And he says this car is stock as it ran in the Fran-Am series at the turn of the century. Still sounds weird to say turn of the century. To me, turn of the century is the 1900s. You know, when you're in your 60s and you think turn of the century, you don't think turn of the 2000th century. You think of the turn of the 1900s. Just shows you I'm old. But not as old as a third of these drivers racing here, a quarter of the drivers. We got a few experienced, seasoned drivers here. This is Justine Boyer in her 1991 Mazda Miata. I'm, of course, a huge Miata fan, having owned 10 of them in my past. My favorite was a 1995 M Edition. Had all the good racing bits, the ABS, bigger brakes, bigger motor, limited slip diff, Bilstein shocks, all factory. Loved it. Justine is looking at improving on a 228.815 set last year, currently sitting at a 233.9. Last call for Group B to pre-grid. Last call for Group B to pre-grid. I see Sheridan is already here, so if you're not in there, you're out of luck. So Group 1 drivers to pre-grid. Justine Boyer, of course, the owner of Classified Motorsports with Justin Schiller. Sponsored by Classified Motorsports, EBC Brakes, and Lord Go. Check out Classified Motorsports in the infield. Well, Larry is not the oldest driver here, but he's certainly one of the elder statesmen of the Knox Mountain Hill Climb. However, he does have the distinction of being the longest running competitor here ever at Knox. He's raced Knox Mountain for 44 years. His first time was back in 1973, 51 years ago. He's very proud of the fact that, and he came in and just was chatting with us earlier, he has now, including this race, raced at 100 hill climbs throughout North America. So very, very impressive statistic for this 74-year-old Larry Sandham. The car is racing in the GTX class. That's another legacy class, which will be gone at the end of the year. Well, at the end of the event. He's running a 2100cc Vauxhall motor in that little teeny mini that at best was 1275. So almost double the size of motor. And then he's also running a 6-speed sequential gearbox. It's only 1,400 pounds, but it's 295 horsepower. That's actually got a better power to rate than my Cobra does. That's sick. His best run so far ever, a 159.925. So he's looking to improve, Larry Sandham. Looks like Larry Sandham has stopped in turn 1 again. Okay, Larry Sandham has been flagged, red flagged, because of some deer on the track. So they stopped him in turn 1, and they'll either turn him around. Oh, as well as Justine Boyer encountering deer. Interesting. Okay, so we do have some deer out there. So Larry Sandham is going up to turn 3, where he will be turned around and brought back down. And so we've got Fred Del Perro, who was warming up. He's actually just been pushed back to the back of the warm-up area, so Fred can get, or so that Larry can get turned around and brought back down. All right, don't forget to check out all the goings-on in the infield. All the food and beverages. Of course, the beer garden by Vice and Virtue Brewing. They've got White Lie, Home Wrecker, and the Love Potion. Make sure you check them out. Sweet Cloud ice cream rolls. We also have vegan options. Aloha Okanagan has got Hawaiian Shave Ice, as well as chicken strips, fries, poutine, corn dogs, smokies, etc. So go and check them out. Also, TNT Dynamite, offering the best fresh-cut fries in town, which they will also turn into poutine for you. And you can grab a burger there. They've also got some gluten-free options as well. Also, we've got some other booths out here. West Bank Museum, we've got a booth for the kids. Okanagan, or OK Whips Car Culture, they've got shirts, jackets, and hoodies. Classified Motorsports, of course. The owner-operators, Justine Boyer and... yeah, so they've got a booth on the infield. Datsun 510 of Bob Boyer and the Miata of Justine Boyer. Both racing in the event, and again, event sponsors. Project Flat Out, of course, is in the infield as well. They provide auto services and supplies, and will prep your race car. Go and see Pierre. Also, Classic Rock K96.3. They're going to be doing some live broadcasting from here, and we're running them live streamed when I take a break. So it looks like we're turning Larry Sandham around right here, and we will run him again. Okay, so we actually brought Justine Boyer back down as well. I was literally just didn't hear it on the radio, but looked out the window and there's Justine. So Justine will get another crack at the hill because of deer being on track, and she had to be red flagged. So both her and Larry Sandham will both get another run. Don't go off the track, Larry. You're getting awfully close to the edge. Okay, now you're 2 wheels in the dirt. We're very close. All right, so we're just getting ready for the green and ready on the hill before we can send Justine Boyer back up. Of course, with deer on the track, of course, the first thing you want to do is stop the cars, make sure that there's no kind of racing incident with a deer. That used to be a big problem at the road race track in Coquitlam, Westwood Motorsports Park. I raced there a few times, really quite enjoyed that, but they had a hill that you go up and it was called Deer's Leap, and it frequently had deer running across the track at that location. In fact, they actually mandated that all open cars had to have deer bars on them, so bars extending from the top of the roll bar behind you down to the roll hoop in front of you, and it had to clear your head because there was an incident. I'll just leave it at that. But yeah, deer bars on Formula and open wheel race cars. Very interesting. So as I say, we are waiting for Justine Boyer to be cleared with a green and ready. And we're just trying to get all the deer out of the way. All right, so the bottom 3 corners where they're having issues, turn 1, 2, and 3, are now all green and ready. Justine should be getting the yellow light shortly. All right, there we go. Yellow light, then green light, and then she can proceed at her own leisure. It is not a green light and then the timer starts. The timer doesn't actually start until the car crosses the start line. So Justine Boyer on her way up for her second run of the weekend, although it's her third time leaving the start line. So Larry Sandham should be warming up at this point, and coming up next, followed up by our last car of this run group, Fred Del Perro. Group 1, where are you all? Sheridan is the only one in Group 1 that's sitting in pre-grid. We're missing 23 more cars. Drivers, get in your cars, come to pre-grid. Please. What happened to Larry? Larry's still having mechanical gremlins. Doesn't have his car running.
Hey, Darren, is he being pushed or something somewhere? Darren, hello? Is the car being pushed? No? Can't see? No? Okay. Make sure all you guys wave to the roller derby ladies from Okanagan Roller Derby in the back of the lunch truck. The black Dodge is going to come out on the track shortly. Okanagan Roller Derby, look into that. It's a lot of fun. Like, serious fun. By the way, check them out. They also play games against other teams in the Okanagan, so you really have to check out Okanagan Roller Derby. So much fun. All right, that was Fred Del Perro on his way up for his second run of the day. Fred, of course, one of our very long-time drivers here at Knox Mountain. Started racing here at the age of 16 years old and has raced Knox for 40 years. He actually started, same time I did, 40 years ago. So very cool. His best ever is a 2-minute flat, .879. Not sure if the car's up to it anymore. That was quite some time ago. He's down to a 215, and he's had some times in around the, mid-low twos. But yeah, Fred Del Perro. Brand new sticker tires on the car. Let's hope he can do it. He ran 122 kilometers an hour through the speed trap, by the way. And that's just a tiny little 1300cc motor in that 69 Alfa Romeo factory race car, aluminum bodied GTA, like super rare factory race car. It's one of the most impressive cars that I just like. It blows me away for a historic car. He should honestly be running in vintage class with the car. But yeah, super cool. So we're still waiting for Larry Sandham. Not sure if there's a mechanical or just what's going on, but somebody needs to make a decision really quickly or he's out of here. As I mentioned before, Larry is our record holder for attending Knox Mountain to race in our history. 44 years racing here at Knox Mountain. Fred Del Perro, a very close second with 40 years. We have a lot of long-time enthusiasts, racing car enthusiasts who come to Knox Mountain. Oh, and it looks like we are done. Larry Sandham, you're DNF'd. Actually, I believe it technically it's a DNS because he did not start. Even though he actually got partway up the hill and then turned around and brought back, this run will be considered a DNS, did not start. So Larry Sandham, out for this run. We'll be able to take our lunch truck up the hill and deliver all of our lunches. Again, wave at the Derby girls in the back. Woo! By the way, those two ladies in the back are called Boom and Spank. Those are their Derby names. Actually, I believe it's Spank Moody and Boom. There she goes. Wave at the Derby girls. Come on, give them a hand. They're volunteers here, of course, just like the rest of us. All roughly 100 of us here. 50 of them on track and another 30, 40, 50 people down here in the bottom of the track as well. All right, let's have a huge thank you to our sponsors. Of course, our giant screen TV, Applewood Performance, Jevity Life Science, Lakeview Equipment, our massive sponsors for that. Huge thank you to them. Of course, our title sponsor, Leavitt Machinery. They've been a title sponsor with us for, I'm going to say it's been at least 15 years. So thank you very much to Leavitt Machinery for being here and providing the equipment that they have, all the lift equipment that they have, and they've got a bunch of it still sitting in the infield, and it sits there all day. And then we use it Thursday, Friday, and then again on Monday when we take everything apart. So yeah, huge thanks to Leavitt Machinery. Artisan Roofing provide a Ford truck on the course that has a big water box and the water tank in the back
to help put out fires. Wyant Auto Group, that is the dealers of Audi, Jaguar, Land Rover, Porsche, and Volvo. Check them out, Wyant Auto Group. The City of Kelowna and the Regional District, allowing us to use Knox Mountain Park for the event. Classified Motorsports has a financial sponsorship, and they have a booth in the car show, as well as 2 cars racing here at the hill climb that they own as a company and father of the company. That's Bob Boyer and Justine Boyer. So yeah, again, thanks to Classified Motorsports. Fraserway RV has provided both of the RVs you see here in the infield and on the opposite side of the track from the start line. So over by the start line, that's another one of the RVs from Fraserway RV. They're located out on Highway 97 near Reed's Corner. Go and check them out for all your RV needs. Infotel Multimedia does advertising online. Interstate Batteries provides batteries to power the timing lights at the start and the finish line. iSpeed Communications provides wireless internet communication for our timing lights at the top of the hill. Kelowna's Classic Rock K96.3 provides on-air advertising. They're also at the hill both days for doing some live cut-ins and all that sort of thing. So thank you very much to K96.3, Kelowna's Classic Rock. Mario's Towing, another one of our very long-time sponsors of the event. They bring out their trucks, their manpower, provide all the fuel, all at no cost to Knox Mountain. So huge thanks, and again, for your towing needs, contact Mario's Towing. Mealing Welding and Supply have a welding rig on site, and they also provided this year's trophies. Pacific Western Fire Prevention provided fire extinguishers and have been doing so for close to 20 years. So again, thank you to our longtime sponsors. Rogers Communication, formerly Shaw. They provide our internet connection at the base of the hill that also allows the live streaming of our giant screen TV to be happening. So thank you very much to the sponsors of our live stream, as well as Rogers Communication for providing the services to upstream or live stream all this. Also thanks to Stroma Signs, John, providing all the decaling for the official cars. Tree of Life, Kim Krell, thank you for providing contents for our lunches. Waste Communications of Canada provide the garbage and recycling bins. Project Flat Out provided some financial sponsorship. They're also in the car show. Pierre is there, so go chat with them about your race car needs. Hit the red line with confidence. Visit their website, projectflatout.ca. Orchard View Builders, the title sponsor of the car show and a financial sponsor. Lawrence Stead Graphic Design created our 65th anniversary t-shirt, which is for sale by the entryway, the main entry. Old Dutch Foods has supplied chips for volunteers' lunches. Also, quick thanks to our official suppliers that have given us discounts on providing equipment that we need. Central Okanagan Protective Services, Holly North Production Services. That's buddy Mike Cairn. I had an opportunity to race his Formula Libre race car at Westwood back in 1989. Won my novice race in his car, have a photo on my wall, and people think it's Mike. Interior Portables. Well, that's pretty explanatory. Knox Mountain Market helped provide stuff for our lunches. Concast. They help move and relocate all the concrete barriers you see around the hill. Modulock provides the fencing. Trophy Den has provided dash plaques. And then, of course, we have our food trucks who partial proceeds from their sales go to the hill climb. So TNT, Dynamite Gourmet, Aloha Okanagan, and Sweet Cloud Ice Cream Rolls. We've also partnered with the Confederation of Autosport Clubs. 2 stewards are here. We get our permit from them. The Sports Car Club of BC, they provide 2 race safety trucks that are used on the hill and the manpower. Our charities every year, we pick different ones. This year we've chosen the Central Okanagan Bursary and Scholarship Society, the West Bank Museum, and we're also helping support the Heart and Stroke Fund, which is the title sponsor, Leavitt Machinery's sponsor. Or not sponsor, that's their charity, pardon me. Again, a big thanks for our big screen sponsors. Huge thanks to Applewood Performance, who are entered in the event. Jevity Life Science also entered in the event. Lakeview Equipment, Reboot Racing FMM, The Green Real Estate Group, Lord Co., Race Gear Performance, Ewald Performance, Reach Tire and Auto, Kelowna Karting, Archetype Performance, WEG Canada, Creative Door, Orchard View Builders, Madison Industrial Group, Inland Truck and Equipment, and Classified Motorsports. Thank you to
all of them for all of their support. And we are now going to go back to listening live to K96.3, Kelowna's Best Rock.
It really was simply a case of I wanted to try something new. Little did I know I'd fall in love.
Women in Motorsports is like joining an instant friends group. I love the people, I love the racing, I love the sport, I love the fact that we're a whole little community.
Everybody loves everybody at the raceway. They're friendly, warm, inviting. You get to wear a cool suit, you get to be cool.
There's not one of them that would not step up in a heartbeat to do anything, including helping change a motor.
We're a huge family that looks forward to coming together month after month.
And there's often sugary snacks that adds to it, I would say. I'm not there only for the snacks.
If you're interested in getting involved in motorsport, there's so many areas that you can volunteer for. Flagging, corner marshal, pre-grid, registration.
And of course there's the drivers. That is the reason we're all there.
When you get into a car, it's like you become one with the car. You feel things that are happening.
I love the speed that comes with it, the adrenaline, the competition.
I love the competition. Huge on the competition.
It's nice to watch the younger girls start, and it gives them confidence knowing that they've got somebody behind them.
It's like being in a community, and a community of superheroes, because it's really rare finding a girl. Like, I've never seen another woman doing the same thing that I can do.
I just love the community and the way I get to work on cars, and it's a cool flex to tell people.
Actually, I think it keeps you young because you don't have time to think about getting old.
You don't know until you come. You have to come and see it, and then you'll be hooked. Even if it's just a spectator, everybody just comes down and they love it.
You'll talk to a bunch of great people, you can get different insights, you can look at cars up close and personal, you can see drivers and have conversations.
For sure, especially at Mission, a woman will just find you and make you at home.
Come meet some great people, see some awesome racing, and just live in a good community. Women power running the show. Come and join the women community. Ask us, join us, cheer us on.
Well, with me, it's because I can't knit, and what's Grandma gonna do?
I remember adrenaline.
Body Comp Imaging. Live a longer, happier, healthier life. Book today at bodycomp.ca.
Whether it's rain, wind, or snow, we've got work to do. And it will get done. We never know what each day will bring, but we're always prepared. Our experience and dedication keeps us that way. Our mission began back in the 1940s. To fight for the hard workers that get the job done.
Reach Tire and Auto was founded in 2021 in Kelowna and expanded to Vernon and Kamloops and now West Kelowna.
We're tire and automotive services. We do everything from new tires to tire repairs to mount balance, as well as all types of vehicle maintenance, from simple oil services to brakes, front end suspension, and engine and driveline services as well. Every tire is a little bit different, and again, every driver is a little bit different on what they use their vehicle for. So if you came down to Reach and talked to one of our experts here, we'd be able to help find the best tire that's suited for you.
All of our locations at Reach Tire and Auto offer tire storage. So if you don't have the ability to store your tires at your own personal residence or somewhere else, then we can do that for you.
It really was simply a case of I wanted to try something new. Little did I know I'd fall in love.
Women in Motorsports is like joining an instant friends group. I love the people, I love the racing, I love the sport, I love the fact that we're a whole little community.
Everybody loves everybody at the raceway. They're friendly, warm, inviting. You get to wear a cool suit, you get to be cool.
There's not one of them that would not step up in a heartbeat to do anything, including helping change a motor.
We're a huge family that looks forward to coming together month after month.
And there's often sugary snacks that adds to it, I would say. I'm not there only for the snacks.
If you're interested in getting involved in motorsport, there's so many areas that you can volunteer for. Flagging, corner marshal, pre-grid, registration.
And of course there's the drivers. That is the reason we're all there.
When you get into a car, it's like you become one with the car. You feel things that are happening.
I love the speed that comes with it, the adrenaline, the competition.
I love the competition. Huge on the competition.
It's nice to watch the younger girls start, and it gives them confidence knowing that they've got somebody behind them.
It's like being in a community, and a community of superheroes, because it's really rare finding a girl. Like, I've never seen another woman doing the same thing that I can do.
I just love the community and the way I get to work on cars, and it's a cool flex to tell people.
Actually, I think it keeps you young because you don't have time to think about getting old.
You don't know until you come. You have to come and see it, and then you'll be hooked. Even if it's just a spectator.
Everybody just comes down and they love it.
You'll talk to a bunch of great people, you can get different insights, you can look at cars up close and personal, you can see drivers and have conversations.
For sure, especially at Mission, a woman will just find you and make you at home.
Come meet some great people, see some awesome racing, and just live in a good community. Women power running the show.
Come and join the WIM community. Ask us, join us, cheer us on.
Well, with me, it's because I can't knit, and what's Grandma gonna do?
I remember adrenaline.
Body Comp Imaging. Live a longer, happier, healthier life. Book today at bodycomp.ca.
Whether it's rain, wind, or snow, we've got work to do. And it will get done. We never know what each day will bring, but we're always prepared. Our experience and dedication keeps us that way. Our mission began back in the 1940s. To fight for the hard workers that get the job done.
Reach Tire and Auto was founded in 2021 in Kelowna and expanded to Vernon and Kamloops and now West Kelowna.
We're tire and automotive services. We do everything from new tires to tire repairs, mount balance, as well as all types of vehicle maintenance from simple oil services to brakes, front end suspension, and engine and driveline services as well. Every tire is a little bit different, and again, every driver is a little bit different on what they use their vehicle for. So if you came down to Reach and talked to one of our experts here, we'd be able to help find the best tire that's suited for you.
All of our locations at Reach Tire and Auto offer tire storage. So if you don't have the ability to store your tires at your own personal residence or somewhere else, then we can do that for you.
It really was simply a case of I wanted to try something new. Little did I know I'd fall in love.
Women in Motorsports is like joining an instant friends group. I love the people, I love the racing, I love the sport, I love the fact that we're a whole little community.
Everybody loves everybody at the raceway. They're friendly, warm, inviting. You get to wear a cool suit, you get to be cool.
There's not one of them that would not step up in a heartbeat to do anything, including helping change a motor.
We're a huge family that looks forward to coming together month after month.
And there's often sugary snacks that adds to it, I would say. I'm not there only for the snacks.
If you're interested in getting involved in motorsport, there's so many areas that you can volunteer for. Flagging, corner marshal, pre-grid, registration.
And of course there's the drivers. That is the reason we're all there.
When you get into a car, it's like you become one with the car. You feel things that are happening.
I love the speed that comes with it, the adrenaline, the competition.
I love the competition. Huge on the competition.
It's nice to watch the younger girls start, and it gives them confidence knowing that they've got somebody behind them.
It's like being in a community of superheroes because it's really rare finding a girl. Like, I've never seen another woman doing the same thing that I can do.
I just love the community and the way I get to work on cars, and it's a cool flex to tell people.
Actually, I think it keeps you young because you don't have time to think about getting old.
You don't know until you come. You have to come and see it, and then you'll be hooked. Even if it's just a spectator, everybody just comes down and they love it.
You'll talk to a bunch of great people, you can get different insights, you can look at cars up close and personal, you can see drivers and have conversations.
For sure, especially at Mission, a woman will just find you and make you at home.
Come meet some great people, see some awesome racing, and just live in a good community. Women power running the show.
Come and join the WIM community. Ask us, join us, cheer us on.
Well, with me, it's because I can't knit, and what's Grandma gonna do?
remember, adrenaline.
Body Comp Imaging. Live a longer, happier, healthier life. Book today at bodycomp.ca.
Whether it's rain, wind, or snow, we've got work to do. And it will get done. We never know what each day will bring, but we're always prepared. Our experience and dedication keeps us that way. Our mission began back in the 1940s. To fight for the hard workers that get the job done.
Reach Tire and Auto was founded in 2021 in Kelowna and expanded to Vernon and Kamloops and now West Kelowna.
We're tire and automotive services. We do everything from new tires to tire repairs, mount balance, as well as all types of vehicle maintenance from simple oil services to brakes, front end suspension, and engine and driveline services as well. Every tire is a little bit different, and again, every driver is a little bit different on what they use their vehicle for. So if you came down to Reach and talked to one of our experts here, we'd be able to help find the best tire that's suited for you.
All of our locations at Reach Tire and Auto offer tire storage. So if you don't have the ability to store your tires at your own personal residence or somewhere else, then we can do that for you.
Group 1 drivers to your cars, please. Group 1 drivers to your cars, please. We'll be ready to go shortly. So Group 1 drivers to your cars. And anybody who's not already in pre-grid, get your butts over there, man.
really was simply a case of I wanted to try something new. Little did I know I'd fall in love.
Women in Motorsports is like joining an instant friends group. I love the people, I love the racing, I love the sport, I love the fact that we're a whole little community.
Everybody loves everybody at the raceway. They're friendly, warm, inviting. You get to wear a cool suit, you get to be cool.
There's not one of them that would not step up in a heartbeat to do anything, including helping change a motor.
We're a huge family that looks forward to coming together month after month.
And there's often sugary snacks that adds to it, I would say. I'm not there only for the snacks.
If you're interested in getting involved in motorsport, there's so many areas that you can volunteer for. Flagging, corner marshal, pre-grid, registration.
And of course there's the drivers. That is the reason we're all there.
When you get into a car, it's like you become one with the car. You feel things that are happening.
I love the speed that comes with it, the adrenaline, the competition.
I love the competition. Huge on the competition.
It's nice to watch the younger girls start, and it gives them confidence knowing that they've got somebody behind them.
It's like being in a community, and a community of superheroes, because it's really rare finding a girl. Like, I've never seen another woman doing the same thing that I can do.
I just love the community and the way I get to work on cars, and it's a cool flex to tell people.
Actually, I think it keeps you young because you don't have time to think about getting old.
You don't know until you come. You have to come and see it, and then you'll be hooked. Even if it's just a spectator.
Everybody just comes down and they love it.
You'll talk to a bunch of great people, you can get different insights, you can look at cars up close and personal, you can see drivers and have conversations.
For sure, especially at Mission, a woman will just find you and make you at home.
Come meet some great people, see some awesome racing, and just live in a good community. Women power running the show.
Come and join the WIM community. Ask us, join us, cheer us on.
Well, with me, it's because I can't knit, and what's Grandma gonna do?
I remember adrenaline.
Body Comp Imaging. Live a longer, happier, healthier life. Book today at bodycomp.ca.
Hello, sir. I'm at the camera right now. Good to see you, Brian. Yeah, we'll see you, man.
All right, we are ready to go racing again. Sheridan MP, once again, our first time. He's always the first driver, I should say, up the hill. And he's been doing that for the last, I don't know, close to 15 years. Been racing here at Knox for 20 years, but he is always the first person to get in line in Group 1 and has been doing that for forever. Took over from Oliver Brett a name from the past, driving a Fox body Mustang. He did that as long as he was here, and Sheridan took over immediately after he stopped. Sheridan's driving a 1990 Honda CRX in the SPX2 class. He's actually the record holder in SPX2. His best time ever, under 2 minutes in that car, turned a 1:56.084. Now that was 6 years ago. Come on, Sheridan. Come on. He's so far down to a 2:01.847 so far today. Up on the line is Mike Brasseur, 42-year-old auto technician from Salmon Arm and a member of the Knox Mountain Motorsports Club. The car is a 2008 Mitsubishi Evo X. Or Evo 10, whichever you want to go by. His best time ever is a 1:58.3. So far, his best run was his practice run first thing this morning, a 1:59.7. So it was only 1.4 seconds off his best run ever. His first timed run, 2:05.4, so made a bobble somewhere on the hill. Didn't quite get the time we're expecting. We'll see what he does. Looking to improve on a 1:59.7. Again, only 1.4 away from his best ever. He is sponsored by Top Brass Custom Wrenchworks, Brushstroke Signs, and Botanica Spa. Darren Graham on the line. No. Got to get used to this new computer program here. I keep clicking on the wrong one. This is Jesse White driving Brian Sinfield's Mazda Miata. It's a 1991, racing in the SP3 class. It's set up for Spec Miata racing, with the exception of the turbo they slapped on there. That's actually been on for quite a while, but yeah, turbocharged Mazda Miata running with Spec Miata suspension. Sponsored by Speed Tech Racing. He's also sponsored by Brian Sinfield, the owner of the car. This is Jesse White, 37-year-old from Edmonton, Alberta. He's looking to improve. By the way, it's only his second year here at Knox. His best previously was a 2:18. He's already bested that with a 2:16.271. So great job for Jesse White. This is Matt Sinfield. He is the son of Brian Sinfield, who owns the car, who just went up. Of course, not with Brian behind the wheel. So this is Matt Sinfield, 31 years old, from South Cooking Lake, Alberta. Class is M3. He's racing in a 1998 Honda Civic. They're running a V6 swapped engine, Honda Accord engine in the car. He's sharing it with Matthew Jasmine. They've also done shocks, sway bars, brakes, and a healthy dose of hopes and dreams. He says just 1 week ago, there was no motor in this car. The V6 swapped motor. That wasn't even in the car a week ago. So very impressive work by Matt Sinfield and Matthew Jasmine to get the car running. He's a first-timer here at Knox. His best run so far, a 2:16.607. Somebody's taking their sweet time to warm up. Come on, bring the car to the line. Come on, up to the line. Let's go. Don't be shy. This is Frank Ewald from Abbotsford, and a very generous fellow. Helped arrange the purchase of my Cobra. He was arranging someone to come and look at my car, Braun Palco, who's actually also here racing. In the end, it was raining so hard we couldn't do any inspection on the car, and long story. But yeah, thank you very much to Frank Ewald for helping me pick up my Cobra in Abbotsford. He's driving in the M3 class in a 1992 Nissan NX 1600. Then he's taken out the Nissan motor and swapped in a Honda K24 with a 6-speed. Done a bunch of other mods to the car. He says, with this new K24 engine, it's way faster at Westwood, or not Westwood, Mission Raceway Park. Of course, Westwood's the old racetrack. But Frank says the car is not faster here at Knox, which is really interesting. It's faster on a road course, but it's not faster at Knox Mountain. We're hoping for big things. But he's a solid 5 seconds off his previous best with the old motor in the same car. This is Eric Grochowski, 43-year-old member of the Calgary Sports Car Club from Calgary, in his 2002 Subaru WRX. This is an open class, all-wheel drive rally car. Full roll cage, off-road gravel suspension, the works. Looking to improve on a 216 445 set in 2017. On the line is Basil Koziak, 67-year-old from northern Alberta. He's racing a 1984 Nissan 300 ZX. This, of course, predates the Nissan 300, or the 350Z and all of those. This would be the, I would call it the second generation of Nissan two-seat sports cars. Of course, the 240, 260, 280Zs. All essentially the same body style. Then they switched that up to this body style, the 300ZX. And then there's now the current generation Nissan sports car, 300, 350Zs, etc. Very cool. Basil is a brand new driver here at Knox. His best run this weekend, first timed run, a 246.416. He had a practice run earlier in the day with a 305. So looking to improve on a 246.416. This is Roger Flesher, one of our longtime drivers here at Knox Mountain. He took about a 10-year break, then showed up again this year, so we're really happy to have Roger back. He's from Bellingham, Washington, but he's joined a new car club. He's joined Sovereign, which is a vintage car club. He used to be a member of the Chuckanut Sports Car Club. I don't know if you've ever been down Chuckanut Drive down in the coast of Washington. Amazing place to drive. Super windy, right along the ocean. Fabulous drive. Y'all have to do that in your lifetime sometime. This car of his is a 1967 Sunbeam Tiger. He's running a stroked 302, which is out to a 347 now. So nice big motor, lightweight car. Kind of the same idea originally as the AC Cobra. Again, same thing, British car with an American motor in it. And they're fast and fun. Roger's best time ever at Knox was at 2:06, set back in 07. My Cobra's louder than his. Same motor, same British design-ish thing. But yeah, lots of fun. This is Gail Baird. Gail is from Ladner, BC, and a member of the Sports Car Club of BC and the Vintage Racing Club of BC. She's driving her 1991 Honda Civic. She also races a 1964 Formula V. So, extremely active road racer at the age of 77. She actually started road racing when she retired. She said she had the need for speed and jumped on that back in 09. Since then, when she goes to all of the CACC road races at Mission, she takes 2 cars to road race with her. and races in multiple races throughout the weekend. Probably one of the most prolific road racers in BC. So very, very cool. Very exciting to have Gail Baird back with us. This is her 4th year at Knox. Her best ever, a 2:21.6, set back in 2018. This is Ryan O'Connor, 57-year-old from Vancouver, a project manager. He's driving a 1995 Acura Integra. He is sponsored by Jevity and Second Gen Racing. He is a first-timer here at Knox Mountain. His first run a 2:12.9, then a 2:08.6. So Ryan is looking to improve on a 2:08.640. So when this car goes through turn 3, you'll see the lights at the start line change from red to yellow. Then when that same car goes through turn 4, the light turns from yellow to green. Green just signifies to the drivers that they can go now, but a timer actually doesn't start until the car crosses the beam at the start line. That's actually where the timing starts, so it's not a drag race type start, light turns green and you take off. Not that at all. It's actually just set up so that as soon as the car moves forward, it breaks the beam, and that's when the timing starts. This is Colin Lloyd on the line, member of the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club, racing in the T5 class in a 1986 Toyota MR2. Colin is looking to improve. Well, by the way, he is a first-timer here at Knox, and he's looking to improve on his second run, which was a 2:14.395. First run of the morning was a 2:26.323. Then he pulled off a 2:14, dropping a full 12 seconds. So rookie driver is doing the right thing, starting off slow and working your way up. The last thing you want to do as a rookie driver is not finish the day. Secondarily to that, not finishing the weekend. Third to that is destroying your car. So novices, yeah, just don't do it. This is Corey Usick in his 1987 Mazda RX-7. He's running a Haltech engine management on the car, but otherwise, yeah, stock-ish. Been lowered a bit. A little bit of, well, a bit of aero on the back. Well, it's not a massive one, but it's definitely some aero on the back. Corey is from Edmonton, Alberta, and the owner of Dirt Axe Trenching. It's one of those things I can never get that out the first time. His best time ever, set in 2019, 2 minutes flat, .282. He's been racing here at Knox for 28 years. Now his best ever of the 2 minute flat was set in a V8 powered RX-7. Currently with his stock-ish RX-7, he's running a 2:11.333 and looking to improve on that. We'll see how he does this weekend. Bjorn Trapp sitting on the line in his 2019 Polaris Slingshot. Now, for those of you motorcycle Polaris fans out there, you look at it and you think, isn't that supposed to have 3 wheels? Well, the Polaris Slingshot from the factory comes with 3 wheels. He has added a bullet speed 4-wheel conversion. So literally bolted on that entire assembly on the back end to run 4 wheels instead of 3. And that allows it to qualify here to race at Knox Mountain. And it's, you know, it's a fast car. He's done a 157.030 back in 2016. Not in this car. That was in a 1932 Dwarf, which is kind of like a Legends car, which is a small version replica of an early 30s Chevy or Ford. Anyway, he's looking to improve on a 211.881. Bjorn Trapp from Hendrick. This is Steve Percival, 41-year-old from Salmo, driving in the SP1 Legacy class. So the Legacy classes are all going to disappear at the end of this weekend. We'll be back to running the CACC SCCA classes. The car is a 1991 Honda Civic with a VTEC swapped head. He's sponsored by Nelson Auto Repair and Gilbert's Parts Depot. He's spent 2 years previously here at Knox. His best time was set last year at a 2:14.291, currently sitting at a 2:18.4. This is Norm Hayton from Surrey, BC. 42 years old and a process engineer. The car is a 2006 Honda Civic SI, and you'll see this in every run group because he's sharing the car with Ryan Richmond. Sponsored by DG Motorsports and Action Tire. He's running coilovers, sway bars, done some camber work on the front of the car for this front suspension so that it grips better. He's running a different intake and a header. And he's modified the exhaust, and he's had a custom tune done on the car. Best time was set last year, did a 2:04.9, currently sitting at a 2:05.099. So really like 0.2 of a second away from personal best. So we'll wait and see what Norman does on this run, but fully expect to see him by the weekend's end with a personal best. I believe this is our oldest driver here at Knox Mountain, 79 years old, from Lac La Biche, Alberta. He's a regular here at Knox, been here 22 years racing Knox. His best time ever was set back in 1977. He ran a Sunbeam Tiger to a time of 2 minutes flat, 0.8. Really quick car. Since then, he's been running mostly four-cylinder cars. Hasn't been getting the same fast times. He's sitting at a 2:16.0 currently with this 99 Dodge Neon. Running a race-prepared engine, adjustable coilovers, limited slip transmission, and anything else you're allowed in the class. He is sponsored by Speed Tech, and his mechanic is Jesse White. For those of you who don't know, that was what it sounds like when you're bouncing off the rev limiter. Greg Petroski at the line, 36-year-old member of the Vancouver Chinese Motorsports Club and Speedy Goat. He's from Coquitlam. He is sponsored by his company, Ansix Auto. They made the front splitter and the dual element rear wing. He says he makes some really cool race car parts. Check them out at Ansix, that's ANSIX auto.com. Also sponsored by Boost Barn Motorsports, Bespoke Performance, and AFR Autoworks. The car is a 2001 Subaru Impreza 2.5 RS.
He's about 1.1 seconds away from a personal best. He's run a 158.369. Personal best a 157.2. So yeah, 1.1 seconds away from a personal best. Likely see that happen this weekend to get a new personal best. This is one of our major event sponsors. This is Jerry Croll from Longevity Life Science in Vancouver. If you take a look at that board, now clap your hands, because he's one of the reasons we're here with that great big board. A massive sponsor of this. The car is a unlimited class 2020 Tesla Model 3. It is fully race prepared. Electric car, for those who don't know what a Tesla is, but I don't think there's anybody left on the planet that doesn't know what a Tesla is. The sound that the car is making, it must, by race requirements, make a sound that will alert drivers and other volunteers on the track that the car is on track. Because you really, for the most part, can't hear the cars at all, and so they have to run a sound generator. Best time ever is a 156. He's running a 2:01.481 so far this weekend. Last year he was in our top 3 fastest drivers overall last year, so it's a very quick car. Now, if you're looking for one of the most modified BMW M3s, well, it's going to be the only modified BMW M3 we have here, but highly modified. The thing's got a lowered roof by 4 inches, and then most of the rest of the body panels, the roof, the hood, etc., have all been replaced with carbon fiber. This is Andre Marzali, 57-year-old from North Vancouver, BC. It's a 1999 BMW M3. He's running an aluminum 3-liter engine that's been sleeved and stroked. He's also got a supercharger on it, lots of air, big brakes, an ABS upgrade, and then, as I said, all of the chassis and bodywork to lower the weight of the car. Andre Marzali has been under 2 minutes by a full 12 seconds. He's turned a 148 5 years ago, sitting at 2 minutes flat right now. This is Dermot Young, 69 years old from Millerville, Alberta. Has owned this car since 1977. Long time. It's a 1968 Austin Cooper S. Fully race prepared. Sorry, built in 1971 as a C sedan race car. Yeah, in 1977 it won the under 2,000cc modified class here at Knox. And at that time it ran a 2:06, which is just crazy for a tiny little mini. This is Basil Santamaria, 34 years old from Surrey, driving a 2004 Subaru STI. He's running a bunch of engine mods, transmission mods, turbo, ECU, radiant fuel system, and all the other good bits to get him up the hill. He is sponsored by Boost Barn Motorsports, Bespoke Tuning and Performance, Speedy Goat Motorsports, Country Tire in Abbotsford, and his, Classified Motorsports here in Kelowna, and his Visa card. He's raced at Knox for 3 years. His best time ever, a 152.129, set last year. Currently sitting at a 157.5. So one of the top 5 fastest cars so far this weekend. He started out racing go-karts in the Outback on a dirt track when he was 8 years old. He's also been involved in time attack and road racing. He also holds the Sport 6 class track record at Mission Raceway in an 8th gen Honda Civic SI.
And he's also got the fastest Subaru at the Mission Road course. So very cool. He'd like to thank his wife Julia and daughter Lillian for pushing him to be the best person he can be. And he said the best thing that happened to him last year was the birth of his daughter in November. So that would be, yeah, Lillian. Very cool. He's a member of the Sports Car Club of BC and is a contractor who likes racing, mountain biking, and skiing. Oh, I was wondering what was going on. We're waiting for the Mini. It's not the fastest car we have here. Takes a little longer to get to turn 3 and 4. And to be honest, they're probably giving it a little extra time to get further up the hill because Basil's on under 2-minute driver in that car. On the line is our queen of the hill for the past 3 years at Knox. Her best time ever, a 1:59.305 set 2 years ago. This is Jennifer Ocker, 57 years old from Eugene, Oregon, and the CEO of a medical nonprofit. She's driving a unlimited class 2004 Subaru STI in neon yellow. I kind of call it lime green, but either way, love this paint scheme compared to the mostly black paint scheme from last year's same car. So very cool. This car is fully prepped for Pikes Peak. It's got a Haltech ECU. Yeah, very cool car, very fast. Like I say, anytime you can run under 2 minutes, seriously impressive. She's done a 2:07 so far. And there she is on the big screen going to turn 1. Very cool. I don't know about you guys, but I'm just loving having this giant screen TV. This is Richard Yetzina on the line, 65-year-old from Penticton, driving a 1990 Spec Miata modified Mazda Miata. Running all the stock Spec Miata suspension, a header, and then they generally run a stock brake, stock motor, I mean other than brake pads. They've been having mechanical issues with the car and it just is not seeming to pull. He had actually parked the car in turn 1 and had to turn around and come back down. Marie's been slower. Bob, I mean, his best run so far is just under 3 minutes. It should be a significantly faster car than that. Certainly doesn't sound bad at all. With luck, touch wood, somewhere they've worked out all the bugs on the car and it's going to make it to the top in the, 2 minute something plus range. And so Larry is a rerun because of deer on the track. So he's being just thrown into the end of this group, and then you'll see him again in the next run group. But yes, the deer on the track stopped Justine Boyer, Larry Sandham, and there was one other car, I can't remember who it was. But yeah, deer are a big problem, or can be a big problem. And so we always shut down the track as soon as we get sight of any deer near the track or even visible. So Larry Sandham's going to get a rerun here. He's driving a 1985 Mini Vauxhall. He's running a tube frame chassis with a almost a 2200cc Vauxhall engine, a 6-speed sequential gearbox. It's 1,400 pounds and 295 horsepower. He's sponsored by Hunter's Classic Sports Cars in Victoria. He holds the record for having raced at Knox Mountain the longest of any driver in our history. 44 years, over 51 consecutive years. He's been here 44 times. He's also celebrating this weekend. This is his 100th hill climb he's participated in. And no, he's not a spring chicken. Larry Sandham, 74 years old, looking to improve on a 3-minute, 30-second run. And did not start for his second run. So third run's a charm. Can we get drivers to pre-grid, group, whatever you are, you know who you are. Group 2 drivers. Group 2 drivers to pre-grid right away. Pre-grid is again really empty. Amanda and Wade are the only two. Well, we've got a third car just coming in now, but literally we have 4 cars, in pre-grid, and that's not enough cars. So drivers, get in your cars, get over to pre-grid. In the meantime, let's say thank you to all of our sponsors, especially our primary sponsor for the weekend, Leavitt Machinery. They are our title sponsor and have been for, a good 15 years plus now. We really appreciate everything they do for us. All of the mechanical lifts that you see on the infield, those are all courtesy of Leavitt Machinery. They also provide financial sponsorship as well, so a huge thanks to Leavitt Machinery for everything they do. Artisan Roofing, they provide a pickup truck that's got some water tank in the back, and we use that to put out any fires if we have to. Wyant Auto Group, they're the sellers of Audi, Porsche, Jaguar, Land Rover, and Volvo. Check them out online. They also provided us with 2 vehicles for the weekend, so thank you very much to Wyant Auto Group. City of Kelowna and the Regional District use Knox Mountain Park for the event. Allow us to use Knox Mountain Park for the event, so thanks to them. Classified Motorsports, financial sponsorship, and they've got a booth in the infield as well. Fraserway RV provided both of the RVs for the announcing and the timing. Mine is inside the infield here along the warm-up area, and then the other one on the far side is for the timing. So thank you very much, Fraserway RV. Infotel Multimedia does online advertising for us. Interstate Battery provide batteries that power the timing lights and the beams at both the start and finish line. High-Speed Communications, they provide us with internet connection at the top of Knox Mountain. K96.3, Kelowna's classic rock. They have, provided on-air advertising with numerous air mentions, and they've got an events crew here at the Hill for both days. So thank you to K96.3, Kelowna's classic rock. Mario's Towing, providing tow trucks and flatbeds. They've been doing that for close to 25 years. Thank you very much to Mario's Towing. Mealing Welding and Supply have a welding rig on site. They also provided us with the trophies for the last couple of years. Thanks again, Mealing Welding and Supply. Pacific Western Fire Prevention. They provide fire extinguishers on the hill, and we have some 50 fire extinguishers here on the hill, all at no cost to the hill climb. So thank you very much, Pacific Western Fire Prevention. Also thanks to Rogers Communication for providing the internet services here at the base of the hill that allows the live streaming. Yes, we are live streaming on Facebook, YouTube, and Vimeo. If you go to the Leavitt Machinery Knox Mountain Hill Climb Facebook page, you will find the links pinned to the top that will take you to the live streaming of this event. Rogers Communications, thank you for all of that service. Stroma Signs provided all the decaling for all of our official cars. Tree of Life provided contents for our lunches for all our volunteers. Waste Connections of Canada has provided garbage bins and recycling bins. Project Flat Out at projectflatout.ca. They provide us with financial assistance as well as being in the car show. Go check them out. Orchard View Builder, the title sponsor of our car show. Lornstead Graphic Design, if you're looking for a t-shirt with our 65th anniversary logo on the back, check them out. They're over by the main entry gate. Also thanks to Old Dutch Foods for supplying chips for our volunteer lunches. We've also got a bunch of suppliers who provided things at a discount to us. Central Okanagan Protective Services, Holly North Production Supplies, Interior Portables, Knox Mountain Market, Concast, Moduloc, the Trophy Den, and then we get partial proceeds from the TNT Dynamite Gourmet, Aloha Okanagan, and Sweet Cloud Ice Cream Rolls. We also partner with the CACC, Confederation of Autosport Clubs. They provide the permits and stewards for our event. Sports Car Club of BC provides 2 safety race trucks that we use on the hill and all the manpower to operate them. Every year, the Knox Mountain Motorsports Club chooses charities. This year, our chosen charities are the Central Okanagan Bursary and Scholarship Society, West Bank Museum, and our title sponsor, Leavitt Machinery, supports the Heart and Stroke Fund, so we're helping support them. Also, a huge thanks to our giant screen TV sponsors. Applewood Performance, Jevity Life Science, and Lakeview Equipment have provided significant financial support to make sure this was a roaring success, which it is. Again, we're live streaming, and all of those sponsors, we really appreciate them. There was also some other sponsors: Reboot Racing, the Green Real Estate Group, Lord Co., Race Gear Performance Limited, Ewald Performance, Reach Tire and Auto, Kelowna Karting, Archetype Performance, WEG Canada, Creative Door, Orchard View Builders, Madison Industrial Group, Inland Truck and Equipment, and Classified Motorsports. Thank you so much to all of you for all of the support you've given the Knox Mountain Hill Climb. We really appreciate all your support. Gonna take a quick break and send you off with K96.3 playing the Tragically Hip. Or not. Well, that seemed like a really short break. I don't know about the rest of you. On the line, this is Wade Pollock, 29 years old, a member of the Okanagan Precision Driving Association. Those are the local guys who put on autocross in the area. Go Friday nights to the Okanagan College. Racing starts usually right around 6 o'clock. There's a lot of preparation if you're going to enter, a lot of stuff. But if you want to check out local racing, parking lot stuff called autocross, Okanagan College, West parking lot, Friday nights at 6 o'clock. Wade is here driving with his wife, Amanda Shuffles. And she'll be following him up right away. His car is a 1992 Honda Civic with a K20 engine swap. His best time ever, last year, he turned a 2:03.283. So far this weekend, today, turned a 2-minute flat. Unfortunately, that was a practice run, so that doesn't count. But he's already set a personal best this weekend, so kind of cool. This is Amanda Shuffles, partner to Wade Pollock, who's on his way up the hill. She's also driving a Honda Civic. It's a 1994. She's racing in a different class, SPX1. She's running a B16A motor swap in it. A bunch of aero, very race prepared. Oh, we must be running 3 cars at once instead of 2 now. We're running much faster. Her best time so far, a 2:20.197. So far this weekend, a 2:22.9. So looking to see if she can get into a personal best. She's only about 2 seconds off that. This is Michael Ptor, a 25-year-old from Kelowna, a 1998 Honda Civic in the M4 class. He's also running an engine swap. He's running a B20 VTEC motor, fully adjustable suspension, all race prepared. His best time this weekend, a 2:26.982 in his practice run. His best ever set last year, a 2:10.149. And last year was his first year here at Knox. So Michael Ptor looking to improve and get down to that 2:10 area. Maybe even a personal best. Early in the day, it was much, much cooler. We had some rain on the track. It wasn't ideal conditions for everybody's first couple of runs. But now it's significantly drier, significantly warmer, and we should be seeing times drop across the board all weekend. In theory, tomorrow will be even better than today, so quite excited. This is Greg Kavuris, driving in the SP4 class, which is one of our legacy classes, which will be deleted by the end of the season, or end of the weekend. We used to run a bunch of classes. We're running them up until the end of this weekend. Then we got a whole new series of classes. So when you entered this year and last year, you had the option to run either set, any class you like. Well, this weekend, last time. This is a 2004 Corvette Anniversary Edition. The car was built for spec Corvette class racing. All stock engine, transmission, diff. They've upgraded the suspension, sway bars, front brakes, and they've added lots of cooling. The car's name is Alice. His best time from last year, a 1:54.736. Currently sitting at a 2:10.888. And like I say, now that the track has warmed up, the weather, everything is better, we're going to see all the times across the board just dropping like crazy. Sherry Anthony, 28 years old, from Kelowna, racing in the T3 class in an 06 Nissan 350Z. Her best time so far this weekend is, let's see, 0.7 of a second off a personal best. She's sitting at a 2:14.7, has run a 2:14.1-ish. So let's say 0.6 of a second. Sherry is going to get a personal best this weekend, without a doubt. She is sponsored by Grand Forks Realty, Mirror Image Customs. They did the wrap on this car. Very cool wrap. Legacy Tire, Drift Union. And I should like to thank Logan Noel and Derek Webster, who did all the work on the car. She said her first official time on track was in 2021. She's a massive drifter. So yeah, very, very cool. She actually uses that same car for drifting. This is Darren Graham, 59 years old, driving a 2009 Nissan GTR. One of our major sponsors this weekend, Applewood Auto Group. One of the providers of financial support to bring in the giant screen TV that you look at. So very huge thanks to Darren Graham. He was in our top 3 last year here at Knox Mountain Racing in his very first time ever in this Nissan GTR. He turned a 148.926. Super fast. He's only, well, his 2 runs have only been 0.6 of a second apart, 5.5 of a second apart, a 151.9 and a 151.3. His best, a 148.9. Fully expect to see him with a new personal best out of the car, now that the weather's improved and he was only 3 seconds off. This is Dave Lockwood from Langley, BC, driving a 2006 Nissan 350Z. Dave had a bit of a mishap on his first run. Second run, much better, a 227. Dave Lockwood's going to have some updates to his media sheet because we have 0 history on Dave. Don't know if he's a first-time driver or if he has any history here, what his best times were. Dave Lockwood, come to the timing trailer and fill us in on your details. He's looking to improve on a 227.0. Because Dave Lockwood didn't fill in all that information that he was supposed to have. I'm just going to make it up. So Dave Lockwood, the 56-year-old, has been racing at Knox for 49 years and has a record here of a 121. Oh, sorry, a 421. I don't know. Again, just, make stuff up because he didn't put the information in there. This is Jason Vaughter, 43 years old, from Burnaby, driving a 1980 Toyota Tercel. Now, for most of you, you think Toyota Tercel, you think front-wheel drive? Nope. Throw that all out the window. Rear-wheel drive swap, running a Honda S2000 engine, a Watts linkage Hilux rear axle. That's like a solid axle out of a little mini pickup truck. A Toyota Supra limited slip diff in it. Tons of work done to the Honda S2000 engine in a front-wheel drive Toyota Tercel that's now rear-wheel drive. Sounds like a lot of work. I don't know. More work than interests me as a builder, owner, whatever driver. Anyway, he is a rookie here at Knox Mountain, looking to improve on a 227.2. Here's Brian Sinfield sharing the car with Jesse White. The car's a 1990 Mazda Miata. Brian's been racing at Knox Brian's been racing here for 8 years. His son Matt is also here racing as well. He's looking to improve on a previous best time ever of a 205.2. So far in the weekend, he's turned a 225 and a 229. Looking to improve on those. 76 years old, from Fort Saskatchewan. He started racing back in 1967. I was 6 years old then. He was very young when he started. Very cool. A little bit of clutch slip there. Hopefully it was just the way he was driving it and not a problem. This is Lauren Stead, one of our supporters here at Knox Mountain. Been coming to Knox for 13 years, always driving a little Datsun 1200. This one is a 1971 version. It's built to race in GT Light classes. He's actually running in one of our legacy classes. Lots and lots of race prep to the car. 13 years at Knox, his best time ever at 2:10.003. He says that's with a different Datsun 1200. This particular car, he's done a 2:30.5 and a 2:29.0. 71-year-old Lawrence Stead. By the way, he is the creator of our Knox Mountain Hill Climb 65th anniversary T-shirts that are for sale at the entry, the main entry gate. So go check out the T-shirts for sale. Thank you to Lawrence Stead. This is Dave Stevenson from Coldstream, BC. 40 years old, a member of the Sports Car Club of BC. He's driving a 1991 Peugeot 205 GTI right-hand drive. Yes, he's sitting in the wrong seat. He brought the car over with him from England, where he lived for many years. He's done numerous trips to the Nürburgring with his Peugeot. He's also done track days in the UK, etc. Started back in the 2000s, so 20 plus years of racing in various sorts, autocross, rallycross, track days, hill climb, etc. So he started very young. 8 years racing here at Knox. His best time ever, a 2:12.9, set back in 2015. Currently sitting at a 2:19.7 on his practice run. So with this improved weather, improved traction, etc., Dave's going to get back down there. This is Don Smith, 35-year-old from Edmonton, driving his 1993 BMW 325. And I did pay attention when it came down. It is an E36 race prepped car. So there's a complete series for all E36 sedan or cars, BMWs, and they spec the car out specifically what modifications you're allowed to do. And so that's what this car's set up for. It's got a bunch of weight reduction, a header, standalone ECU. He's sponsored by Alberta Racing Engines and the Fun Fabricator. He's a rookie here at Knox Mountain, first time ever. His first run, a 2:30. His first timed official run, a 2:22.2. So looking for improvements on this brand new driver here at Knox Mountain. He started racing back in 2018 at Strawberry Creek. I'm going to assume that's Alberta. Love the paint job on the car. Very cool. Don Smith looking to improve on a 2:22. This is Matthew Jasmine, 27-year-old from South Cooking Lake, Alberta, and a member of the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club, driving a 1998 Honda Civic in the M3 class. This is the car with the V6 engine swap that he's sharing this car with Matt Sinfield. He said he was dragged into this whole racing thing by Matt Sinfield, who he's sharing the car with. Started endurance racing the Civic in 2021, and then he started ice racing in 2022, and now hill climbing for his very first time. So very cool. Nice to have Matthew here and looking to improve on each run. This is Jay Logie on the line. He is from Lake Country, where I'm living now. Retired out in Lake Country. Very nice. This is a unlimited class 2012 Cup Light Series car. And what it is it's a half-scale NASCAR Cup race car. They run a 125 horsepower snowmobile engine. It only weighs 900 pounds, and he's running on Hoosier Sticker race tires. Sticker means brand new race tires. He's sponsored by ATG and Wildfire Vigilantes, as well as Aviation Networks. He says he'd like to thank everyone who's supported him over the years. He's a novice here at Knox Mountain, and he's looking to improve on a 226.026. Of course, with a snowmobile engine and its centrifugal clutch, there is no transmission to shift. Just to give you guys an update on the Indy 500 qualifying, there's 22 minutes left in qualifying. The top three cars are all Penske Chevrolets. Will Power, Scott McLaughlin, and Joseph Newgarden are taking up the top three, and they are 0.5 seconds apart, or 0.5 miles an hour apart. 233.7, 233.3, and 233.2 miles per hour at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Again, Penske's topping the top three positions. Alexander Rossi in fourth, Kyle Kirkwood in fifth. And then a rookie, Kyle Larson, the NASCAR driver Kyle Larson, running in sixth. David Naveau, when he comes to Knox Mountain, he always comes 2 days early. Helps with setup on Thursday and Friday. Very generous fellow with his time. And he also helps with the teardown on Monday as well. Very appreciate guys like David Naveau and others who come out early Thursday and work all week, race all weekend, and then again help tear down. He's looking to improve on a best time ever from last year of a 154.909. Currently sitting at a 202. But again, it's been cold and wet. Let's see what David Naveau will do this weekend. This is Ryan Richmond sharing this car with Norm Hayton. The two of them are driving this 2006 Honda Civic SI. They've done wheels, tires, suspension. And Ryan says that Norm is the better driver. We'll see at the end of the weekend just who comes out on top. Norm is a rookie here. Ryan is a rookie here at Knox Mountain. Only had 2 runs ever. Very consistent. A 212.7 and a 212.441. Extremely consistent driver, Ryan Richmond. He's a 33-year-old engineer from Vancouver and a member of the Vancouver Chinese Motorsports Club. He says his hobbies are trying to make BMWs not leak oil. That'd be quite a hobby to have. I've never actually thought of BMWs as a leaker. You know, and if, you know, like things like, you automatically, when you hear Harley Davidson, you think, oh, it's going to leak oil everywhere. You know, or British cars, leaks oil everywhere. But I never thought of that about BMWs. Here's one of our local heroes. This is Anthony Railinger. Anthony is another one of those guys that shows up on Thursday morning with his dually pickup truck, and then it doesn't get stopped use all the way through till the end of Friday night. The reason you can actually get times, hear me, and see the screen is because he set up all of it. Oh, and that didn't include him hauling the 2 trailers we sit in for the timers and the announcing. He hauled those. Ridiculously busy guy who will do whatever it takes to put on this event. And if that means spending, 3 solid days volunteering, that's what he does. Anthony Railinger from Kelowna, driving his black Mustang Cobra R in the Cam T class. His best time ever, a 158.212. So looking to see how he does this weekend. He's got a very brand new fuel injection system. He used to run the SDS, which is a fuel injection system you have to adjust mechanically. So you have to literally go in and type in the values, and it's a pain. It's the same thing I'm running on my Cobra. Yeah, it's a pain. He just switched over to a Holley Terminator X. So I'm really curious to see. This is his actually first run for the weekend, so curious to see how it turns out. That's not Andy. All right, so we have Roger Seber on the line. Somehow he snuck up to the line without me seeing. 41-year-old from Edmonton Rally Club out of Fort McMurray, Alberta. He's driving in a 2017 Hayabusa car, a complete custom-built car. One of our fastest so far this weekend, and only 4 seconds off a personal best that's in the 149s. He's sitting at a 153.7. His best ever, 149.894. Only 4 seconds off. Raced 11 years here at Knox. A very quick car. Just went 158.89 kilometers an hour going through the speed trap going into turn 1. By the way, that digital display that's across from the start line, that's actually a speed trap. So we have a radar gun that feeds to this. And that's how fast they're going as they go through the start line, or through the speed trap as they go into turn 1. 158 kilometers an hour for that little Hayabusa car. This is Marie Sherman sharing the car with her husband, Bob. I think they have the car running better. Yay. The car is a 1995 MG RV8. Running a Rover V8 engine in the car, similar to the MGB GT V8 that Alan Reed and Brian Browning drove for years. Well, one of the 2 cars they drove for years. So Marie Sherman looking to improve on a 316.7. Hopefully the car is running well enough. This is one of our sponsors here, Justine Boyer with Classified Motorsports. She's running for the 2nd year now, her 1991 Mazda Miata. Last year she turned a 228.815, now sitting at a 228.827. 12 one-thousandths of a second away from personal best. So I fully expect Justine to set a new personal best this weekend. That's just a given when you're 12 one-thousandths of a second away. Good for you, Justine. Congratulations for getting that close. Now just a little further. She's running coilovers, EBC brakes, and Classified Motorsports house fabricated exhaust and cold air intake. Her mechanic is Justin Schiller, and it's her 2nd year at Knox. Of course, her dad, Bob Boyer, been racing for 15 or 20 years in V8 Datsun 510s, who is literally warming up right behind her. And he's probably not warming up as much as he normally would if it was somebody else, but he probably doesn't want to freak out his daughter, so he's just kind of waiting till she's gone. What a good dad. Way to go, Bob Boyer. As I said, Bob Boyer's been coming to Knox, racing here for 14 years. His best ever is a 201.231 set last year in the same car. But like I say, he's been running V8 510s for 14 years here at Knox. The first one was the Purple People Eater. Now he's running this red one. They're both small block Chevy 350 V8 swapped. He's running a 5-speed TKO, custom suspension, OS Gicken LSD, EBC brakes, Z-Car garage axles. He's done a bunch of work to it over the past couple of years, so I fully expect to see Bob running even quicker this weekend than he did last year with the 201. He's racing in the U Unlimited 1 class in a 1969 Datsun 510 V8. Sponsored by Classified Motorsports, his daughter's company. Steve Sand and Gravel in Fort St. John. He would like to thank his wife, Stefania, and his kids, Justine and Bryce. Kyle Scanlon, Tony Jensen, Justin Schiller. Thanks to Kyle Scanlon for the confidence to allow him to push the car harder than ever. By the way, he won Best Unlimited Tuner at the Hot August Night Show in Kamloops last year. Very cool. Bob Boyer looking to improve on a 212 right now. This is Matthew Lee, 33 years old, from Edmonton, driving a 1999 Dodge Neon. He shares the car with Ken Staples, one of our longtime drivers here. Matthew is a rookie here at Knox. He started racing back in 2010, so not a rookie to racing. He's been involved in ice racing and sprint racing. If you ever want to become really good car handler, go ice race. I went ice racing, I took my daughter ice racing, and you learn quick hands and how the feel of a car is when it starts to do silly things like get sideways, which it does for, 75% of your race when you're ice racing. Lots of fun. Matthew Lee is sponsored by SpeedTech Racing Development. And he's looking to improve on a 225-928. By the way, just an FYI on all the times that I'm reading out. These are all unofficial until the event weekend ends. And I believe it's an hour and a half after the event that the times actually become official. So these are all technically unofficial, but the very first run of the weekend is an unofficial practice run. Then beyond that, they are all counting for times for the weekend. This is Keith Robinson, 78 years old. Oh, maybe he's tied with, for oldest driver, 78 or 79. Anyway, one of our elder statesmen here at Knox Mountain. Driving a 1998 Kodiak Fox Formula Ford. It's built for SCCA Formula Ford spec racing. He's sponsored by K&G Auto Recyclers in Langley. It's his fifth year at Knox. Turned a 209, 375 previously. Currently this weekend, just had one run completed, turned a 223. So Keith Robinson looking to improve on a 223.9. Here's that quick little fella, and another one of our hard-working Knox Mountain enthusiasts, volunteers / kind of does a little bit of everything. He actually was very active in the last month. Well, he said 10 days to put all the sponsors together to provide this giant screen jumbo TV. So a huge thank you to Garrett Mealing for putting together all the work that got that screen put up. He's driving a 1995 Eagle Talon. He was in our top 3 overall last year. His best run last year, a 151.154. Right now he's about 10 seconds off that pace, but of course he's only had one run, then he didn't start for his second run. Garrett Mealing looking to improve. And he's done a ton of work in the off-season to make the car better. It seems every year something big happens to the car or with the car. One year he had a fire, another year he lost his front spoiler, and he just went off in turn 1. No, fortunately it was a very soft off, and he's, I'm sure, going to just back up and carry on, but the workers are going to have to, yep, there he goes, taking off of turn 1. Camera switcher switched away too quickly. And so we see Fred Del Perro sitting on the line. We may end up having a few-minute wait as they repair the tire wall in turn 1, because Garrett definitely touched and had contact with the tires. So they're going to have to push them back into place and then get him, get it ready for Fred Del Perro to run. But yeah, Garrett Mealing just going through turn 3 right now. Oh, and we're going to run the pace car up to look at the tire wall maybe? Not sure what that's about, because Garrett carried on, so we don't have a safety issue with Garrett or a completion issue. But I guess he's up there to take a look at the tire wall to see just how bad it is and whether or not we're going to be at a longer hold as we wait for them to get that put back together. So sometime in the next 5 minutes, you'll see the... No, I'm kidding. There's the pace car just pulling up into turn 1 to take a look at what's going on. And that's the only thing I can imagine as to why he went up there, is to have a look at it. All right, so we're waiting on Garrett Mealing to finish getting to the top. Pace car, yeah, maybe jumped the gun a little bit. Didn't necessarily need to run up there to take a look. But we got to be safe and make sure that nothing weird goes on. Again, Garrett Mealing on his run now, looking to improve on a 151.154. By the way, Indy 500 qualifying just, well, wrapping up in 7.5 more minutes. Still, nobody able to touch the top 5. Will Power, Scott McLaughlin, Joseph Newgarden, Alexander Rossi, and Kyle Kirkwood solidly, well, of course, Penske, Chevrolet, top 3 cars in the Indy 500 so far as qualifying goes. Kyle Larson, that rookie from NASCAR, sitting in 6th place. Very impressive outing, considering it's his first time ever in an Indy car. Well, I shouldn't say first time ever in an Indy, but still, he's done a little bit of practice and stuff. But yeah, very impressive. Kyle Larson, Indy 500, where speeds are 233 miles an hour. And he jumped into the car after a flip in the air yesterday, I believe it was. So very impressive. On the line, we have Fred Del Perro. He's one of our longest running drivers here. 40 years racing at Knox. Started racing at the age of 16 years old. The car he's driving is a very historic 1969 Alfa Romeo 1300 GTA aluminum bodied car that was built by the factory as a race car. Very, very historic race car and very cool. Fred's been driving it here for 20 plus years. Always driven an Alfa when he's been here. But yeah, very impressive little car. I sometimes bug Fred about having the ugliest car here and that he should really paint it or something. But, you know, with a car that historic, no, you really don't want to do that. It's, yeah, a very fun, very, very, very cool car. Oh, okay. The reason we have a slight delay is there was rumors of Garrett smoking on his way up the hill. Sorry, the car, not him. You can't fit a cigarette in your mouth, you know, to be honest, when you have a helmet on. It just doesn't really work. Also, it's banned in you know, city parks in Kelowna. No smoking, no vaping. Fred Del Perro on his way on his brand new sticker Hoosier tires, looking to improve on his record that he set 15 years ago in the same car, a 2-minute flat .879. And Fred's admitted over the last several years that, you know, we're really not updating the car. Chances are he may not go faster. But he's here every year, 40 years. Yeah, very impressive run here at Knox Mountain. Fred Del Perro. Big thanks to his dad, Mario. They're sponsored by their company in Edmonton, Etal Motors. They specialize in Alphas and all the other fun Italian stuff. So very cool. I believe that is our last car, unless Larry's got the car running and I don't even hear it. Larry Sandham was going to run at the end of this run group. Well, I just heard it start up. Larry, what's taking you so long, buddy? Don't take your time. Let's just go. It's not like anybody was waiting. much more than a minute. All right, this is Larry Sandham, our longest running driver ever at Knox. 44 years out of 51 years that he's been coming here. This is his 100th hill climb event that he's participated in, all in minis. Yeah, all of his hill climbs ever, always running a mini. His best time ever was set 17 years ago. He turned a 1:59.925. Currently sitting at a 2:15.423. He just comes here for the fun of it. He's really not here to push it and, you know, go after his record time. He did that. He broke the 2-minute barrier. It took him a long time to do that, but he's very excited that he actually broke the 2-minute barrier, and he's having a lot of fun here. So we are glad that Larry keeps coming out. 44 years racing here at Knox. That was our last car, so we'll be taking a break while we get all the cars from the top back down to the bottom. And Group 1 to pre-grid, please. Group 1 drivers, we only have 4 cars in there. Group 1 drivers to pre-grid, please, right away. And while we're waiting for them to come down, we want to thank our sponsors. Leavitt Machinery is our title sponsor for the event and has been for over 15 years. Huge thank you to Leavitt for all they do. The equipment that we have in our infield is all actually used in the preparation for the hill on all day Thursday, all day Friday, and then again on Monday when we tear everything down and get it back to the pristine city park that it is. So huge thanks to Leavitt Machinery for all their support. Artisan Roofing provides a Ford F-350 that's used with a water tank in it to put out spot fires if we get them. Wyant Auto Group, they consist of Audi Kelowna, Jaguar Kelowna, Land Rover Kelowna, Porsche Center Kelowna, and Volvo Cars of Kelowna. Thanks to Wyant Auto Group for providing us with a couple of vehicles this year. I believe we have one of their electric, I think it's the Taycan that's here. Anyway, one of their electric vehicles is here this weekend in addition to the car we have just parking at the start line. The City of Kelowna, a huge thanks to them and the Regional District for the use of the Knox Mountain Park for this event. Classified Motorsports have a booth and provide financial sponsorship for the event. Huge thanks to them. Fraserway RV provided both the announcing and timing RVs here. The announcing RV in the infield here with the little red Cobra parked in front of it. And the timing trailer on the opposite side of the start line is where all the timing happenings for the entire weekend, so all the drivers have a clue as to what's going on. That's, again, thanks to Fraserway RV. Infotel Multimedia provides online advertising. Interstate Battery provides batteries to power our timing lights and the beams at the start and finish lines. Also thanks to iSpeed Communications for internet connection at the top of Knox Mountain. Kelowna's Classic Rock K96.3 provides advertising and numerous air mentions throughout the weekend and prior to the event. They've also got an events crew here at the hill both days. Merrill's Towing, been providing towing service at Merrill's Towing. Mealing Welding and Supply have a welding rig on site if needed, and they're also supplying this year's trophies. Pacific Western Fire Prevention has fire extinguishers that they provide us every year. Again, longtime sponsor. Rogers Communication providing internet connection up and down the hill. Stroma Signs deckled our official cars. Tree of Life provided lunch elements. Thank you to Waste Connections of Canada for the garbage and recycling bins. Project Flatout are in the show car area. Pierre's there. Go and chat with him. Check them out at projectflatout.ca. Orchard View Builder are the title sponsor of our car show. Lauren Stead Graphic Design created our 65th anniversary t-shirts, which are for sale at the main gate. Old Dutch Foods provided chips for our volunteer lunches. We've also got some official suppliers that give us discounts on their products, and that is Central Okanagan Protective Services, Holly North Production Supplies, Interior Portables, Knox Mountain Market, Concast, Moduloc, Trophy Den, And then there's proceeds from the following food trucks: TNT Dynamite Gourmet, Aloha Okanagan, and Sweet Cloud Ice Cream Rolls. Also, a huge thank you to our big screen sponsors. The only reason that big giant screen is here is because of the following sponsors: Applewood Performance, Jevity Life Science, and Lakeview Equipment. Also, as additional sponsors advertising on the big screen is Reboot Racing, the Green Real Estate Group, Lordco, Race Gear Performance, Ewald Performance, Reach Tire and Auto, Kelowna Karting, Archetype Performance, WEG Canada, Creative Door, Orchard View Builders, Madison Industrial Group, Inland Truck and Equipment, and again, Classified Motorsports. Thank you to all of our sponsors. Also a huge thank you to all of our volunteers here this weekend. I've had 3 people in here in my announcing trailer helping me out. There are roughly 100 people in total that put this event on that are literally all volunteers. We have at least 50 people manning the corners on the track, another 20 or so people down here at the bottom manning all the rest of this, and then we have also people in the behind scenes as well. So tons and tons of volunteers, many of them from out of town. We have a large group that comes up from the Lower Mainland that both work on the hill and are, stewards and all the rest of that. So our event wouldn't function without the volunteers. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with you in a bit. We're going to listen to K96.3 Classic Rock.
Body Comp Imaging. Live a longer, happier, healthier life. Book today at bodycomp.ca.
Whether it's rain, wind, or snow, we've got work to do. And it will get done. We never know what each day will bring, but we're always prepared. Our experience and dedication keeps us that way. Our mission began back in the 1940s. To fight for the hard workers that get the job done.
Dang, this happened so fast. Turned around, Sheridan MP on his way. Oh, let's turn the radio off. By K96.3 for now. And looks like live coverage has concluded of the qualifying for the Indy 500. Looks like it's a Penske sweep across the board. Good for them. All Chevrolets as well, so yeah, very cool. Anyway, that was Sheridan. Now, where's my glasses? Darn it, all took those off, and now I can't read. Anyway, that was Sheridan MP, on his way up the hill. One of our, longtime drivers, record holder in the SPX1 class. We have Mike Brasseur on the line. Well, not anymore. Now he's gone. He's driving a 2008 Mitsubishi Evo X, Evo 10. So far this weekend, he's turned a 159.7. That was in a practice run, but that's only 1.4 seconds off his best ever, a 158.3. Since then, he's backed it up with a 205 and a 2-minute flat .2. So, yeah, he's still got some work to do. But as the weather improves over the weekend, I think we're going to see a new personal best for Mike Brasseur.
I won't even catch you here.
Those are also the full show awards as well. So I don't know which is which.
Yeah, they should say best in show.
All right, Frank Ewald on the line. By the way, I am supposed to say, where is it here, Miriam? I am supposed to say hi to Merritt, Elias, Theodore, and Charlotte, who are watching online from as far away as Australia. So hello to Emmett, Elias, Theodore, and Charlotte. All of Frank's grandchildren. Frank's looking to improve on a 205 set a few years ago, sitting at a 209. He's getting close, but he's still got some work to do. But it's only just warmed up, and this is the first warm run that all the drivers have had. This is Roger Flesher. Yay! Glad to have you back, Roger. Roger took a 10-year break from hill climb, but he's back, and we're all the better for it. Driving his 1967 Sunbeam Tiger with all the mods. He's actually running a stroked Boss 302, stroked out to a 347, same motor as I'm running in my Cobra. Super fast car. Lots yeah, it's just brilliant. English car, Ford powertrain, lots of experience. Brilliant car. Again, very happy to have Roger Flesher back. His best time ever is a 206. Right now, no, he's not up there. I mean, he's running like 219s and stuff. But it's also his first time back in 10 years, so let's give him a break. Maybe. Roger Flesher, looking to improve. One of our veteran race car drivers, not at Knox, just a veteran in general. She's 77-year-old Gail Baird. Actually, interestingly, she only started racing when she retired. Very, very cool. She is one of the busiest drivers at a CACC race weekend at Mission Raceway because she takes more than one car. She takes 2 different cars and participates in, I think I've read where she participates in up to like 3 or 4 race events per weekend. At 77. I want to be her when I get older. In 12, 15, 14 years. Yeah, very impressive. The car is a 1991 SP1 Honda Civic. She also races a 1964 Formula V. Very cool. 3 years racing here at Knox. Her best time so far, a 221.6. She's sitting at a 236.7 current. She's sponsored by Noah's Ark Pet Treats. Gail Baird, looking to improve. This is Bjorn Trapp. For all you Polaris slingshot fans, you're going to think, why has this thing got 4 wheels? They normally have 3, right? 2 in the front, 1 in the back. Yep. This is a kit by Bullet Speed 4-wheel conversion. And then, of course, he's running a bunch of upgrades to the motor. He's got a 2.4-liter crate engine, Ecotec crate engine, and then a ZZ Performance Stage 2 turbo, a race clutch, QA1 coilovers, slotted and drilled rotors, big carbon wing, Nitto tires, you name it. It's a race car now, not a 3-wheeled motorcycle Polaris slingshot. Very, very cool. This is Bjorn Trapp from Enderby, BC. Local guy. 3 years racing at Knox. His best ever in a different car was a 157.0. Right now he's down, he's down a full, 16 seconds from a previous run. He's down to a 2:05.7. So good time for Bjorn Trapp so far this weekend. And again, things have just warmed up. The track has just warmed up. The air temperature's warmed up. It's just always a good thing. But all of that contributes to better track temperature, tires gripping better, cars going faster. I like it. Things always improve when it warms up. Norm Hayton is sharing this car with Ryan Richmond. He's 42 years old from Surrey, BC, and a process engineer. He's racing in the T4 class in a 2006 Honda Civic Si. Again, is sharing the car. He's running about 8-ish seconds ahead of his partner Ryan, who admittedly says Norman is a faster driver in this car. They are sponsored by DG Motorsports and Action Tire. His previous best time for Ryan is a 2:04.9. He has already set a personal best this weekend with a 2:04.282. So very exciting to see drivers already now into the personal bests, and I think we're going to see lots more all weekend. This is Jesse White sharing this Mazda Miata with Brian Sinfield, who's a bit of a regular here at Knox Mountain. Jesse is 37 years old and a member of the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club, driving a 1991 Mazda Miata in the SP3 class. They're running spec Miata suspension on the car, but also running a non-spec Miata part, a Goretti Turbo. So very cool. They want some extra power for running here at Knox. They are sponsored by Speed Tech Racing. He's also sponsored by Brian Sinfield, owner of the car. He was here last year, turned a 2:18, already destroyed that. Full 4 seconds. He's down to a 2:14.997. So a personal best by a good full 4 seconds. So yay, way to go, Jesse White. So that's at least our second driver with personal best so far. Have a bit of a delay. Yeah, seems like we have a bit of a delay. Not sure what's happening at the moment. Well, at this point, we haven't heard of anything that's happened on track as to why we're being delayed, but we are being delayed for some reason. Okay, we have the yellow light to go. He'll get the green momentarily, and Jesse White will be off and running. Gotta love turbos here at Knox Mountain. They just provide this wonderful boost of power. It's just intoxicating. I ran a turbo in my stock little Chevy, fast little car. Lots of fun. This is Matt Sinfield sharing the car with Matthew Jasmine. It is his first time here at Knox Mountain, so congratulations, Matt Sinfield, for making it here up the hill at least 3 times so far today. So well done. So far this weekend, he's turned a 213.733, slowly improving from a 221 earlier. The car is a 1998 Honda Civic. This is the one that they've done the V6 swap in it from a Honda Accord. He's running shocks, sway bars, brakes. And he said a week ago, there was no motor in this car. A week ago. And they've done this full V6 swap in the week since. Amazing. Again, first-time driver. He volunteered very early on as a kid with his dad. This is Matt Sinfield, son of Brian Sinfield, who just went ahead of him in that red. No, didn't go ahead of him. That was the other driver. Anyway. Very cool to see father and son racing here. This is Steve Percival from Salmo, driving a 1991 Honda Civic in the SP1 class. He's running a different head on this. It's got a VTEC swapped head. He's sponsored by Nelson Auto Repair and Gilbert's Parts Depot. He would like to thank Kaylee Farrelly and all his family. He said the best thing that happened to him last year was placing first in the SP1 class, so this class that he's running in now. His best time previously, he turned a 214.2, currently sitting at a 218.5. He says he only started racing back in 2021 at Mission Raceway. He's also done some drag racing and some demolition derby. So Steve Percival, looking to improve and get down to a 214.2 or better for a personal best. This is Ryan O'Connor, another brand new driver here at Knox, driving a 1995 Acura Integra in the M4 class. 57 years old and a member of the Sports Car Club of BC. He is sponsored by Jevity Life Science and Second Gen Racing. Of course, Jevity is one of the major sponsors for our giant screen TV. Thanks very much, Jevity Life Science. As I mentioned, a first-timer here at Knox. Runs some really good times and consistently getting faster. Ran a 212.9, a 208.6, and a 204.9, improving 4 seconds on every run. Well, we could see him down into the 250s. No, kidding. Maybe. We'll see. Could be down into the 250s before the weekend's out. Oh, sorry, 150s. Started racing back in 2008 at the Sports Car Club of BC in the Mission Raceway. For all you rally fans out there, here is a full-blown, open-class, all-wheel drive rally car, still with the off-road gravel suspension. This is a 2002 Subaru WRX. He's sponsored by Vex Performance and Can-Jam Motorsports. It's Eric Grochowski, 43 years old and a member of the Calgary Sports Car Club from Calgary, Alberta. He's racing in the M2 class. So basic full open class all-wheel drive modifications with a restricted turbo engine. And I'll have to actually get Eric to chat with me a bit later. I wonder, the restricted turbo engine, is that specifically for the open class all-wheel drive? Which to me seems like a contradiction of terms. Like it's open, but it's not because you have to run a restrictor. Good question to ask Eric. His best time previously was set back in 2017 with a different rally car. Now he is 6 seconds faster. He actually started out 1.4 seconds off. Then he went 2 seconds faster. Now he's gone 6 full seconds faster. So very impressive. A personal best for Eric Grochowski from Calgary. Okay, apparently we have, yeah, there he is, Eric, in his open class all-wheel drive rally car, backing down the hill. Not running? Doesn't, oh no, it's running. Wonder if there's been some kind of mechanical problem, because I don't think he was red flagged. I haven't heard anything on the radio that said he was red flagged, so maybe we'll see. Oh yeah, they're sending him to the pits. So yes, must be a mechanical problem for Eric Grochowski in his rally car, who he shares with his co-driver, Liana Janila. Hard to tell. Seems okay-ish. On the line, this is Greg Petroski, 36 years old and a member of the Vancouver Chinese Motorsports Club and a member of Speedy Goat. From Coquitlam, he's the owner of Ansix Designs. The car is a 2001 Subaru Impreza 2.5 RS. I wonder if this is the same ex-rally car that Eric Grochowski drove. Maybe. Because it looks like a car that's been around for a while. He's running a fully built STI block with Garrett GTX turbo, 5-pack engine management, full STI drivetrain, KW suspension, all their custom carbon fiber splitter, dual rear element, all sorts of fun parts. Check him out at Ansix Auto. He's looking to improve on a 157.2. Currently at a 158.3. So only 1.1 seconds off in poorer weather. So as it's warmed up now, well, let's see. This is my buddy Corey Usick from Edmonton. He is a soil relocation engineer. I like that. The car is a 1987 Mazda RX-7. He runs heavy equipment, you know, moves dirt around. Soil relocation engineer. I guess that could also apply to a driver of a dump truck. Anyway, thank you, Corey, for making my day with your lovely job description. He's looking to improve on a 2-minute flat, but that was run in a V8-powered Mazda RX-7, not this car. I don't know whether the car has got it in its stock-ish form. He's currently run a 210-645. Let's wait and see. If you're a BMW fan, purist, you might not like this one. This is probably the most modified BMW. What it is, it's the most modified BMW we've ever had here at Knox Mountain. It's a 1999 BMW M3 driven by Andre Marzali. He's a professor from North Vancouver. The car has a 4-inch roof chop. Most of the body panels are made out of carbon fiber, like the hood, the roof, all carbon fiber. Super lightweight. Great fuel economy? No. Great low resistance compared to a stock one. He's been really fast here. Down to a 148.3, and I believe we had 1 year where he was king of the hill. He's so far this weekend down to a 154, so he's about 6 and a bit seconds off the pace. But that was, like I said, cool weather earlier in the day. Let's wait and see. Andre Marzali, look at that. Turn 1, does that beautifully. A little bit of drift out of the back end, but corners brilliantly. And, you know, lightweight car, race tires, that's what they do. Very impressive. Here's another one of our newcomers here at Knox Mountain. This is Basil Koziak from Northern Alberta and a member of the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club from Devon in Alberta. 67 years old, a 1984 Nissan 300ZX. Oh, I didn't notice we've got a camera at the finish line as well. Very cool. He's racing a 1984 Nissan 300ZX in the all unlimited class. And a first timer here at Knox. His best time so far this weekend, a 2:46. This is one of our major event sponsors and one of the reasons why you have that giant screen in front of you. This is Jerry Croll, a businessman from Vancouver, BC, and a member of the Sports Car Club of BC. He's racing in a 2020 Tesla Model 3. And for those of you who have had your head in the ground for the last 10 years, Tesla electric cars, this is our only electric car so far this year, but they are fast. Jerry Croll was in the top 3 last year racing this car. Seriously fast. Turned a 156 last year. Currently sitting at a 158.7. So within grabbing room of a personal best. He is, again, as I mentioned, one of the major sponsors that helped put together making this board a reality for us, this giant TV screen. Sponsored by Gevity Life Science and Body Comp Imaging. Again, looking to improve. This is only his second year ever racing here at Knox. So yeah, seriously impressive. Electric cars, I think, will eventually have the record here at Knox. This is Dermot Young, 69 years old, driving a 1968 Austin Cooper S. This car was fully race prepared back in 1971 as a C sedan race car. It actually won here at Knox in 1977 in the under 2000 modified class that year. Turned a 2:06. That's his best time here, Dermot. With this car, he's currently running a 2-minute 30-second.988. Dermot Young looking to improve in the vintage class. Ooh, okay, we've just heard Jerry Croll in the Tesla has a flat tire. And so he's gone off very softly in turn 5, so we'll be red flagging the car that's on the lower half. He'll probably get red flagged by the time he gets to turn 3. Oh, okay, never mind. He has carried on. Jerry Croll has carried on, and he's gone up to turn 6. Well, still, there's no place to pull off in turn 6. So, yeah, we'll keep you posted. Theoretically, there should be a red flag for the car on the course in the bottom half because Jerry Croll, if he's sitting outside turn 6 with a flat tire, yeah. He could potentially be driving up to turn 7, but anyway, flat tire for Jerry Croll and a slight off, which means they'll probably have to move some tires around potentially in turn, what did we say, turn 5, yeah. Okay, now we are red flagging the course because I guess Jerry has stopped on course in turn 6. Interesting. Okay. You'd think that would have come up sooner because the other car was going between turns 4 and 5 on its way to turn 6 and nobody was stopping it while we had another car stopped on the track in turn 6. So we didn't quite get all the communication quite right on that one. But we are going to back up Jennifer Ocker. We are probably going to turn the green Mini around, send him back down. So that was Dermot Young. Car number 136, that's the green and white Mini. He's probably going to be turned around and brought back down, and then we will rerun him up the hill. But yeah, we had Jerry Croll stopped on the track in turn 6, or just off the track. So very unsafe condition. Okay, he has now been moved. Jerry Croll in the Tesla has now been moved up to turn 7 where the kind of the park area is. There's campground, kind of like tables and such like for having a, barbecues, that kind of stuff. Anyway, he's sitting in turn 7. The Mini is being turned around and brought back down, and I believe they caught him in turn 4 or 5. So they turned him around, and they're setting him down to the bottom here, where he will get a rerun because he was stopped as a result of nothing that had to do anything to do with him. So now we're just looking at whether or not we need to bring the tow truck up to bring down the Jerry Croll Tesla. Just how bad his flat tire is yet to be seen, but we will find out. If it's fully deflated, he's probably not going to want to drive the car down on a rim with, you know, a flat tire on it. So wait and see. And we've still got a half a dozen cars to go in this run group. This will likely be our second to last run. I believe this is group 1, so we will have another run for group 2, and then potentially, because it's no, it's only 3:30. We'll see. We may get an extra run in, a 5th run today. You never know, but we'll wait and see. Brian, did you have an answer for that? All right, I've just been confirmed what I originally thought, that this will be the second last run group. This is the 4th run for everyone, so this is the run group 1 doing their 4th run. Then we will do run group 2, which is the second set of cars, another 25-ish cars to run. And then we'll be done for the day, and then we've got a volunteers barbecue happening and some live music being set up, and we'll be running the live music once we're finished here, and I believe they're set to come on at 5 or 5:30, give or take. So stick around for that. Head over to the beer garden, hang out there, watch the giant screen while we're still running. Okay, there we've got the Mini coming through turn 1, so he'll be down here momentarily. We'll have Dermot Young turned around and sent back up for his final run of the day. Oh, we have 3 cars coming down. Didn't realize we had so many cars off the track. Oh, Garrett Mealing? No, he's running. Never mind. Yeah, that's a playback of all the cars coming down. I'm like, we have so many cars coming down. What's going on? All right, so the Mini will be down any second, and he'll get turned around and spun back up the hill and be ready to go. In the meantime, we're just waiting for a green and ready from all the corners, and then we can turn the Mini around and immediately send it up once we have that green and ready. Love this fact that they can do these playbacks, replays of the racing. So brilliant job by all the people who have set up all this. So thank you very much to our sponsors for putting all this into play and having this giant screen TV and being able to watch reruns of all the cars going up the hill. Fantastic. Looking forward to, what we do next year with this, because this is just the first year where we're going to do this. We're doing this again. That is one wide corner. Wow. Sorry, just watching reruns. Oh, and Dermot Young should be warming up, but he just ran through the dirt.
Yep. So this is turn 1, right?
Yeah.
That's turn 8. Oh, so this S is...
All right, Dermot Young getting warmed up, ready to run again. The horse having been red flagged because of the flat tire with Jerry Croll in the Tesla Model 3. Had a flat tire. So very interesting. A right rear flat tire on the Tesla Model 3. Dermot Young looking to improve on his previous best this weekend of a 230.988. It's a fully prepared 1968 Austin Cooper S. This is our reigning Queen of the Hill. This is Jennifer Ocker in her 2004 Subaru STI, racing in the Unlimited class, the Unlimited 1. It is a fully prepped car for racing at Pikes Peak. Lots and lots of mods. Short block, sequential gearbox, big brakes. She says the list goes on. Sponsored by PRE Racing in Portland. She's from Eugene, Oregon. Her best time ever here at Knox was 2 years ago. She turned a 1:59.305. Really quick car. She's already set a personal best this weekend by improving another 0.4 of a second. She turned in her last run a 1:58.966. So congratulations, Jennifer Ocker. Now, I know she's not done this weekend as the weather improves. Well, it has improved already today with it being warmer track. She's going to have more grip and we'll go faster. And then we have all day tomorrow, which I say is going to be sunny all day. Ignore the forecast. Just come back and watch tomorrow because we're going to see Jennifer Ocker below 1:58. I am convinced. She has a few challengers for the Queen of the Hill. We have 6 women here this weekend racing. So fantastic job. Again, Jennifer Ocker, already a personal best, looking to improve on that 1:58.966. Now we're taking a little bit longer with Jennifer to send her up the hill because the Mini that went ahead of her takes 2.5 minutes to get to the top. Jennifer would catch the car rather quickly. There he goes across the finish line. So Dermot Young just crossed the finish line, and now we can send Jennifer as soon as the track is clear. Jennifer's Subaru has got a very cool technology in that when she goes to shift, her car is injecting, her fuel injection system is injecting fuel into the turbo, and it gets fired, and it keeps spinning, and it actually spins the turbo up faster, and so it keeps the turbo spinning in between shifts. And so brilliant technology. It actually sounds like she's hitting the rev limiter as she's going, but it's not. She's just shifting into second and third and fourth, etc. But between those shifts, you hear this pop, pop, pop. That's actually the fuel injection, pouring fuel, firing the mixture, getting that extra heat out to spin the turbo up while she's off the fuel, like off the throttle. So very cool technology. Didn't know it exists. I initially was commenting in my announcing about, oh, and she's hitting the rev limiter every single run and every shift. That's kind of crazy. And then she had to correct me, which thankfully she did, because, I was wrong. And I freely admit that I'm wrong. Half the time I'm making stuff up as I go, so, no, I'm kidding. It's only when people don't fill out their media sheets properly that I make stuff up. And we do have a few of those. Well, Jennifer's got the green light. Off she goes. Didn't have a clue what was actually happening on the hill, whether maybe the car before had thrown some dirt onto the track and they had to sweep. We're not getting all the radio communications that are actually happening on the hill like we normally do every year. Normally we know everything that's going on, and this year we're missing a bunch of the communications, so I can't relay everything that's going on, sadly. Basil Santamaria sitting on the line, 34 years old, from Surrey, BC. In his 2004 Subaru STI in the Unlimited class against Jennifer Ocker. Lucky him. Sitting at a 1:52, 1:29 as a personal best. Right now he's only 1.5 seconds, 1.7 seconds out of that. Ran a 1:53.8 in his last run. Now looking to improve on that. And like I say, he's only 1.7 seconds away from a personal best. So brilliant job, Basil Santa Maria, looking at a personal best again this weekend. So very, very cool.
Yeah, he's got to be replaced. I wandered down to Jerry's pit to see if there's anybody there. Good. Down there, I didn't see spare tire out either, so you may not be brought technologies. Yeah. Thank you. All good, brother. They're doing great. I'm like, who the heck are these guys? Well, thanks everybody who helped get them here, but whoever they are. Rocking along, brother. Thanks, man.
All right, just Group 2. Group 2 to pre-grid. All you drivers, Group 2 to pre-grid. This is our local driver, local Penticton, Richard Jetsina, driving a 1990 Mazda Miata with spec Miata suspension, exhaust header, similar to Brian Sinfield's car, but Brian's, of course, running the turbo. So different classes. Yeah, completely different. Yeah. He's running, like I say, the full spec Miata configuration. His best ever is a 2:15.3 set in 07. Currently sitting at a couple of very close 222s, a 222.0 and a 222.7. So we'll wait and see how the weekend turns out. Does he have 7 more seconds in the car? Good question. This is Bob Sherman taking his 4th run of the weekend. His personal best, he's already destroyed that by a full 5 seconds, which is surprising because so far he's had lots of mechanical problems with the car and just was not able to get it up to speed until his 3rd run. He turned a 2:22.092, which is 5 full seconds over his previous best time in the green MGB GT that they used to share and run. So Bob Sherman looking to improve on that 2:22, which is, as I said, already a personal best. And he's sharing the car, of course, with his wife, Marie. They've come up from Chino, Arizona. They used to live in Kelowna and were regulars as volunteers and all that here. But nice to have them back from Arizona here for the weekend. Colin Lloyd, another newcomer here at Knox Mountain. 44 years old from Sherwood Park, Alberta, driving a 1986 Toyota MR2. These were a great little autocross car. The engine is behind the seats, so it's a mid-engine car. Yeah, fantastic little race car for autocrossing and parking lots and stuff. He is a first-timer here, Colin, so we're really glad to have him here. His best run so far, a 2:13.0. Started out 2:26, just, getting to know the course, then turned a 2:14.3 and a 2:13.0. Let's see if he drops another full second off or more. Colin Lloyd looking to improve on a 2:13.0. Group 2 to pre-grid. Last call for Group 2 to pre-grid. Our last car is on the line, and we are ready to go. Amanda, where's your car? Wade's here. Where's Amanda? Bring your car out. Come on, the rest of you. Get your cars to pre-grid. This is the last run group of the day. And our, excuse me, our last driver of the day, Ken Staples, sharing the car with Matthew Lee. SP2 class, 1999 Dodge Neon, full race-prepared engine, adjustable coilovers, a limited slip diff. They've got all the stuff to make this fast. They're sponsored by Speed Tech. His best time ever is a 2-minute flat, but he set that back in 1977. 22 years racing here at Knox Mountain, a definite veteran here. His best time ever was set in a Sunbeam Tiger. So you have to give him a little bit of leeway here with his 2-minute and 10-second run that he's currently sitting at. But yeah, very impressive driver coming out for 22 years racing here with us. So thank you, Ken Staples, at the age of 79. All right, apparently we have to send up the flat deck for Jerry Croll for the electric Tesla Model 3. And that was our last car for this run group. We have one more run group to go. Don't go away. We have some very fast cars in that run group, so it'll be very exciting to see who comes out on top at the end of the day. And I'm going to take a bit of a throat break, and we'll be right back. We're going to listen to some K96.3 classic rock. All right, let's give a big shout out, thank you to all of our sponsors. Our title sponsor is Leavitt Machinery. They've got a bunch of equipment on the infield that we've been using on Thursday and Friday to help set up the event. We also use it as teardown on Monday, take everything down that we've got set up. So a huge thanks to Leavitt Machinery. They're located on Highway 97, just past just past Highway 33. You can see them on the left, just in behind. Well, you can see them from 97. You got to go around McCurdy and back around and stuff. But anyway, Leavitt Machinery, right down on the highway. Take a look at them. Check them out for all your lift needs. Artisan Roofing has provided a pickup truck for us. It's got a water tank in the box for fire prevention. Wyant Auto Group, Audi Kelowna, Jaguar Kelowna, Land Rover Kelowna, Porsche Center Kelowna, and Volvo Cars Kelowna. All part of Wyant Auto Group. So check them out. City of Kelowna and the Regional District allow us to use Knox Mountain Park for the event. Thank you very much to them. Also thanks to Classified Motorsports for event sponsorship, and they've got a booth in the car show. Fraser RV provided both the RVs for announcing and timing. Thanks to Fraser Way RV. Infotel provided online advertising. Interstate Battery provides batteries that power both the timing lights and the beams at both the start and the finish line. iSpeed Communications provides wireless internet services that we need at the top of the hill. Kelowna's Classic Rock K96.3 provides on-air advertising, numerous air mentions, and they've got a crew here at the hill on both days. Mario's Towing providing tow trucks and flatbeds. Mealing Welding and Supply have a welding rig on site. And they're also providing this year's trophies. Pacific Western Fire Prevention provides fire extinguishers. Rogers Communication provides internet connection up and down the hill.
Come in! Jeepers!
Okay, if you come to my trailer, don't just stand there and knock. Just come in, please. Otherwise, I have to yell at you to come in. Rogers Communication providing internet connection up and down the hill and cell services for the gate staff. Stroma Signs has deckled up all of our cars. Talk to John at Stroma Signs. Tree of Life provided components for our lunches. Thanks very much to Tree of Life. Waste Connections of Canada. You guys are on the wrong side of the gate. Turn around and go the other direction, up the hill and turn right. But like, stay off the road, like way off the road. You shouldn't actually be there.
I just like.
It's like, how do they even get there?
Waste Connections of Canada for our garbage and recycling bins. Thanks to Project Flatout. They are in the infield. Go check them out at projectflatout.ca or go talk to Pierre. Orchard View Builders, the title sponsor of our car show. And I think that's why this gentleman's standing beside me. Also thanks to Lauren Stead of Graphic Design, created our 65th anniversary t-shirt design. Old Dutch Food supplied chips for our volunteers' lunches. And then a huge thanks to our big screen sponsors, Applewood Performance and Longevity Life Science. As well, thanks to Lakeview Equipment. Thank you very much. We'll be right back.
To the trailer here?
All right, we have the winner of the Orchard View Builders Car Show. The winner of the car show is the 1977 Lotus Esprit by Bethany G. Please come to the red Cobra you see here at the announcing trailer. Our winner, again, of the Orchard View Builders Car Show entry, the 1977 Lotus Esprit, is the winner. Please head over and pick up your winnings. Congratulations. Your winnings do not include the Cobra. I may have worded that poorly. Attention drivers. At the end of this run group, we will be having all of the cars on display from the start line area, or at the start line area here. So at the end of this run group, after the cars come down, for those of you who would like to, please bring out your cars and put them on display in the warm-up and start line area after the completion. So after the cars come down that are in this run group. Yeah. So spectators, stick around. The cars are going to be on display. You can get up nice and close to them. Some of the drivers might even be really nice and let you sit in the car, get your picture taken. If you ask really, really, really nicely. Anyway, yeah, so the cars are all going to be on display down here. We also have a local band who's going to be playing live music for us. So stick around for that as well. The beer garden will be open for the duration. So check out the food trucks, the beer garden, all of that fun stuff, and stick around as we bring the cars out on display for your close perusal. Looking forward to that.
Body Comp Imaging. Live a longer, happier, healthier life. Book today at bodycomp.ca.
Because the rim is supposed to be nice, smooth, but it was like this.
Whether it's rain, wind, or snow, we've got work to do. And it will get done.
All right, we are back and ready to roll for our last run group of the day. This is Wade Pollock.
We never know what
in his 1992 Honda Civic with a K20 swap engine. And he says a bunch of fun bits, including some custom suspension work. This is Wade's third year at Knox Mountain. His best was last year, turned a 2:03.283. Currently sitting at a 2:07. Officially, he did run his practice run, 2 minutes flat .7, in the cold, on a cold track, cold, dirty track. So it'll be interesting to see Wade Pollock looking to improve or at least back up that 2-minute flat run. And that'll be a personal best for him. Wade is sponsored by Second Gen Racing, Overtime Repair in Abbotsford, and Rival Customs in Kelowna. And if you think the cars look similar, they do. There's a reason behind that. This is Wade's partner, Amanda Shuffles. She's 28 years old, racing in the SPX1 class in a 1994 Honda Civic. Instead of the B20 engine swap, she's running a B16A motor swap and then a bunch of aero. Sponsored by Stroma Signs, Overtime Repair, and Second Gen Racing. 2 years at Knox. Her best previously was a 2:20.197. She's already almost 2 full seconds faster than that. 1.8 seconds faster at a 2:18.343. Congratulations on a new personal best, Amanda. Well done. I'm really glad she made it this year. I spoke to her at an autocross on Friday, and she was not sure she'd have the car ready. In fact, she had officially pulled out as of, I think it was Thursday, because they weren't able to get the car ready. She'd had a problem with the brakes. And, you know, it's one thing going fast and going, but it's a whole other thing stopping. So anyway, very excited that Amanda Shuffles made it this weekend.
They wanted all these commercials. They're like, oh, you want to come? I write all the commercials. And I'm like, you know, like, my idea, like, and nothing happened.
Michael Ptora on the line, 25-year-old from Kelowna. He's driving a 1998 Honda Civic in the M4 class. He's running a B20 VTEC motor swap with fully adjustable suspension, sponsored by Legacy Tire and OPT Precision Tool. His best time last year, which was his first year, he set a 2:10.149 by the end of the weekend, currently sitting at a 2:14.5 with one more warm run to go. So looking to improve down to a 2:10 or better. We'll see. On the line is Dave Lockwood in his 2006 Nissan 350Z. And Dave, come to the announcing trailer and give me some updates, because you're not here for the first time, but I don't know when you were here, how long you were here, what kind of times you turned, or even what car you drove. So, Dave Lockwood, a previous best time, really slow, like 10 minutes. Yeah, he's been running for like 40 years here at Knox Mountain. He's a total, like, super slow guy. And that's what you get for not filling out your media sheet properly. You get stuff made up. So he's looking to improve on that 10-minute run, and he did it with his very first run today. He turned like 7:35 in his very first run. Of course, that was also including pulling himself out of the wall in turn 8. Yeah, I mean, he's down to a 2:20.000, so a 2:20 flat. Good run for Dave Lockwood. But again, Dave, come to the announcing trailer and give me some details. And next time, fill out your media sheet properly. I figure if you embarrass people enough, they'll do the right thing. It's actually a requirement of entering the event, is filling out your data sheet properly. And yeah, that one wasn't. This is Greg Kovuris in one of my favorite cars here this weekend, a 2004 anniversary Corvette. He's been coming to Knox for 2 years. His best ever was a 1:54.736, which is actually faster than my Cobra ran it back in '99. A 1:54.736, currently sitting at a 1:58.8. He's close, and he's still got a full day ahead of him and another run today. We will wait and see. This Corvette was built for the Spec Corvette class racing. It is all stock. It's an all stock engine, transmission, and diff, and they've upgraded all the suspension bits. Suspension, sway bar, front brakes, lots of cooling. And the car's name is Alice. He is sponsored by GC Law Corporation, the Chop Shop Salvage, the Swivel Shop. So yeah, very fast Corvette. This is one of our 6 women drivers here this weekend. This is Sherry Anthony, back for her 2nd year. She is a drifter at heart. This car is her drift car, so it actually has that hydraulic e-brake in it for drifting. Very, very cool car. And, you know, she's close with Logan Noel, who's a very active racer and drifter. And so very cool that he's talked her into coming here and running at Knox. You know, and like I say, involved in drifting, Knox Hill Climb. It's a 2006 Nissan 350Z. Current best time, a 2:14.0. Her best ever is a 2:11.144. So that is a personal best. In fact, that's, yes, I was going to say the second one, no. But it is a personal best for Sherry Anthony by 3 full seconds. So congratulations, Sherry, for a personal best this weekend already. And as I said, this run and another full day ahead of her tomorrow. So if you're thinking, boy, does that thing ever rev, that little Toyota Tercel. Super cool. Toyota Tercel. Front-wheel drive. 4-cylinder, sideways in the front, right? No. You'd be wrong if you bet on that. This now has a rear-wheel drive drivetrain in it with a mini truck Hilux rear axle and a Honda S2000 engine. As I said, it was warming up, revving really high. That's because of the S2000 engine. You know, rev line at, 9,000 RPM? Crazy and very cool. So yeah, what an amazing piece of work to put all of that into a front-wheel drive car with rear-wheel drive everything. Sponsored by Delta Velocity Motorsports. And Jason is a rookie here at Knox. First time ever, he's down to a 2:09.3, which is a massive jump from his previous run of a 2:27.2. So Jason Vaughter going real quick here in his very first year here at Knox.
No, dude. From the food truck there. Yeah, I just don't like the blue candy.
Lawrence Stead sitting on the line in his Datsun 1200. If you've been around the hill climb for a whole bunch of years, you know, like dating back at least, 15 years, Lauren's been racing Datsun 1200s all the time. He's racing in the GTL class in a 1971 Datsun 1200, race prepped for the GT Light specs. And it's, you know, full on race prep. Race motor, slower head, titanium valve, Cosworth springs, like no expense spared, 5-speed ultra close ratio gearbox, and really cool Panasport wheels. I love those wheels. Anyway, Lauren is trying to improve on a 210 in a car that, well, it's not really built to go that fast. He's running 219s, which is still pretty good for a car like that. Darren Graham, one of our sponsors this weekend with Applewood Auto Group. He's driving a 2009 Nissan GT-R. A first-timer here last year, was in our top 3 at Knox last year. Absolutely brilliant driving, brilliant car. Turned a 148.9 last year. Now, already a 147. From a 148.9, a 147.8. A full second faster, personal best for Darren Graham out of Surrey, BC. 59 years old, member of the Knox Mountain Motorsports Club. Started racing back in 2011 with the Sports Car Club of BC in Mission. He's also done some karting as well at the Greg Moore Raceway. This is one of the cars that will vie for the fastest time of the day Very, very fast. 147.8 already and a personal best. Darren Graham in his Nissan GTR. Here's one of our hardworking volunteers. If you saw it posted, anything posted on our Leavitt Machinery Facebook page, Dave posted it. All of the previews of all the drivers coming, all that kind of fun stuff, that was all Dave Stevenson posting all of that. And then he comes here on Thursday and works all day Thursday and Friday at the Hill, works all day Sunday at the Hill, and then he races, and in the meantime he's also doing stuff in the middle of that. So Dave Stevenson, one of our very hardworking volunteers, also racing. He's raced Knox for 8 years. His best ever was set back in 2015, turned a 2:12.9, currently sitting at a 2:25.58. So Dave Stevenson, looking to improve. This is Don Smith, one of our first-timers here at Knox Mountain, racing in his 1990 BMW 325 E36. This is a spec prep for the E36 spec race class. Running some weight reduction, headers, a standalone ECU, independent throttle bodies, sponsored by Alberta Racing Engines and the Fun Fabricator. As I mentioned, a first-timer here at Knox. He is down to a 214.682. He's been involved in karting, ice racing, and drag racing. He started racing back in 2018 at Strawberry Creek. He's from Edmonton, 35-year-old business owner who likes time attack and cycling. So looking to improve, a first-timer in a 214.6. And so far, doing what you have to do as a first-timer is get to the top every time, every run on the first day. That's your requirement. It's my requirement, but still, it's a requirement. It's the law. I make up the laws. This is car 223. Matthew Jasmine. And so we've been up to this point saying that it's been a V6 swapped Honda Accord motor, and we just had one of the drivers in to share, yeah, we didn't get the V6 swapped. Remember that was the one that there was no engine in the car a week ago? And then they swapped the V6 from a Honda Accord? He goes, yeah, we didn't get that far. He says it's got a 106 horsepower engine from a Honda CR-V SUV. So yeah, okay. Still, they're here to have fun. Anyway, he's a first-timer here at Knox. This is Matthew Jasmine, and he's sharing the car with another first-timer, Matt Sinfield. So super cool, 27 years old, from the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club, South Cooking Lake, Alberta. And he says his occupation is simply to make enough money to go racing. Looking forward to seeing if he can improve on his 224.7. Here's another one of our shared card this weekend. This is Ryan Richmond sharing the car with Norm Hayton, who, as his own words say, is faster than he is. And it's true, but oh, interesting. I'll have to see what Norm's time was. There was about a 4-second difference between the two of them. If I'm not mistaken, Norm Hayton was running around 2:08. Well, this last run for Ryan was at 2:07.7. So there may be a race on our hands. We will have to see just where Norm Hayton's best time is. And we'll see. Should be interesting. It's a 2006 Honda Civic Si. Again, 2 drivers, 1 driver in each run group. Sponsored by Norm Hayton, must be the owner of the car, and Speedy Goat Motorsports. And as I said, he is a first-timer here. Best run, 2:07.784. Okay. Just heard Norm Hayton is now down to a 2:04. So there's still 3 seconds between them. But, excuse me, he's definitely close. And with the amount of drop we saw from his 2:14, or the 2:12, down to the 2:07, that's 5-second jump. Let's see if he can do that again. You know, I keep talking about the hard-working guys on the hill that are also drivers. Here's another one of those guys that literally from Thursday morning, well, actually, I know he's working on this stuff well before hill climb, as well as trying to build a new, build his race car, completely change the fuel injection on it. And he started that like a week and a half before because he was so busy with prepping everything else. Anthony Raylinger on the line in his 1995 Mustang Cobra R, running a heavily modified 5.8-liter Ford V8. And he can run the bigger motor instead of the 302. So this is like the 351 essentially block. Normally it'd be a 302 in all Mustangs, but because it's a Cobra R, he's allowed to run the bigger motor. His best ever is a 158 set 9 years ago. Currently sitting at a 214.1. And this is only his second run at Knox this weekend. He actually missed earlier runs today because he was busy setting up stuff with the hill. Anyway, great to see Anthony running again and taking on the hill. So thank you very much to Anthony for all the work he does. Don't forget, all drivers, we are having a display on the start line area from warm-up to start line after we bring all the cars down from the top of the hill at the end of the run group. So be ready to come out. Spectators, hang around. Nothing's over. You'll get a chance to see all of these race cars up close. And like I say, if you ask really nicely, you might get a chance to sit in them or, well, who knows. David Naveau on the line. Another one of our volunteers that comes out early, but he comes out from Surrey. He's not local. Comes out from Surrey and works all day Thursday, all day Friday, all day Sunday, so that he can continue racing. And to be honest, most of these guys that are doing both, they're doing it because they want this event to keep going. So very cool. Thank you very much, David Naveau. He is, let's see, under a second away from a personal best. He has turned a 154.9. His best run so far, a 155.8. So yeah, 9/10 of a second off a personal best. David Naveau looking to improve this weekend and set a new personal best. Cool little Formula Libra. This is a 2002 Renault. I'd have to find out what the size motor is that they're running in this Formula Libra. This Renault that ran in the Fran-Am series at the turn of the century, so early 2000s. This is Matthew Murphy, 37 years old, from Fort McMurray, Alberta. By the way, quick shout out to all the guys from Fort McMurray, or that were Fort McMurray guys. We have a lot of you here, and we appreciate you guys coming out. And they're all members of the Northern Alberta Sports Car Club, so again, thank you. So this is Matthew's second event here at Knox. Ran in 2017 and ran a 204 using a borrowed Mustang from Kyle McMillan. In the new car, getting used to it, he's running a 213.0. So he's about 9 seconds off the pace of the Mustang, but I used to drive a race of Formula Ford here at Knox. I tell you, going from in my case, a 71 Trans Am, a lot like the Mustang, dropping into a Formula Ford, a lot like this Formula Libra, there's a massive difference in car dynamics. So they take some getting used to. And if he hasn't spent a lot of time in the car, yeah, it takes some getting used to. So looking to improve on that 213.0. Matthew Murphy. This is Jay Logie in this half-scale NASCAR Cup car called a Cup Light Series car. It has a snowmobile engine with a centrifugal clutch, 125 horsepower, 900 pounds, and then he's running Hoosier Racing slicks on it. And he says they're sticker tires, which means they're brand new. Jay Logie is 61 years old. He is from Lake Country. He is sponsored by ATG and Wildfire Vigilantes. By the way, you don't hear that thing shift, right? Centrifugal clutch. It does not shift. It self-modifies the amount of power it feeds to the car. And so very cool, very interesting. And again, snowmobiles, some quads, that kind of thing, that's all they use is centrifugal clutches. So quite interesting. And yes, a rookie, Jay Logie. This is one of our vying for fastest time of day cars, Roger Seber, running in his Hayabusa car. So far this weekend, a 150, so 150.363. His best ever is only 0.4 of a second faster, and that was last year. So he's within 0.4 of a personal best. Super excited to see how that goes. And of course, he's running for fastest time of the weekend against the GTR, the Nissan GTR that's, I think, sitting at a 149. So very, very interesting, very cool. We will wait and see who can slug it out by the end of the day tomorrow. Roger Seber looking to improve on his 150 and potentially a personal best that's only 4 away. Drivers, get ready to bring your cars out to the starting line area. We only have 6 more cars to run, and then you guys are free to come out here and pull into the area. So just in case you didn't know, that display of 156 miles an hour that's across from the start line, kilometers an hour, that is the speed trap that is set up going into turn 1 before the drivers start braking. And this is, and I should be looking and paying attention more, but one of the fastest cars through that speed trap. So very cool. This is Braun Palko. This was the guy who was going to come out and look at my Cobra for me. I was trying to buy a Cobra in Abbotsford, and I'm out of town, and so I needed a mechanic to look at it, and he was willing to leave his shop any time of the day or night and come and look at it for me. He said, I'm at your beck and call. Let me know when you're going to be here, and I'll come look at it. Huge thanks to Braun. As it turned out, that day was pouring rain. There were actually 3 of us that drove down, and unfortunately, we couldn't even drive the car. We loaded it into a trailer, no driving, no test driving, no nothing. He fired it up, it sounded good, so we brought it home. And now it's parked outside my trailer. Braun Palko, thank you very much. Brian Sinfield on the line, warming up his 1990 Mazda Miata that he is sharing with Jesse White. He's raced 8 years here at Knox. Best time ever was back in 2017. Turned a 2:05.267, and I'm betting it wasn't. He doesn't say this, but I'm betting it wasn't in his Miata. He's in the 220s, low 2 teens. Currently sitting at a 2:18.733. Brian Sinfield, 76 years old, from Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta. Marie Sherman on the line, 72 years old. We have a lot of drivers that are in their 70s, all the way up to 79 years old. And if I'm not mistaken, there's 2 of them there. I know one is Ken Staples, so very cool that guys are racing competitively in their 70s. There's hope for me after all. This is a 1995 MG RV8. The R stands for Rover. Rover V8, they're running in this car. They've had problems with the car for several runs, mechanical issues, just was not correcting itself or getting repaired. And then finally, between Bob and Marie and whoever their crew is, they managed to get the car running much better. Bob pulled off a nice mid to 2-somethings, can't remember off the top of my head. Marie is looking to improve on her 2:31 in her last run. Of course, they also had an MGB GT in green that they used to race here. And Marie set the 2:16 in that. So she is 0.6 of a second away from a new personal best in the new race car, which would be lighter, has some more aerodynamics. The other car was fairly stock-ish. Anyway, very cool. Looking to see what Marie can do for the rest of the weekend. And glad that they've got it running better. This is one of our sponsors and hardworking members of the Knox Mountain Motorsports Club. Justine Boyer, manager, owner of Classified Motorsports, and daughter to Bob Boyer, who's in that noisy car behind her. She's 29 years old from Kelowna, driving a 1991 Mazda Miata. I'm a huge Miata fan. I've mentioned this for years. I've had 10 different ones. Quite love them. They're the most raced model of car anywhere in the world on any given day. The most raced. And you know, when people are racing and they always say, you know, what's the answer? What do I need? The answer is always Miata. And you'll find that in publications all over the place. The answer is always Miata. And I raced them for years, all the way from 2000 right up until just 4 years ago. Now it's a Cobra. Woohoo! Justine is looking to improve on a 2:28.8 from last year. Well, heck, she's already done that. She's improved by 6 seconds, down to a 2:22.744. Justine Boyer, taken after her dad, who just pulled up to the line. Good old Bob Boyer. Technology, always fun to work with. Bob Boyer, as I mentioned, father to Justine, who's driving up in that little Mazda Miata. Bob is from Kelowna as well, 59 years old, darn near as old as me. Driving a 1969 Datsun 510, and if it isn't red, it's purple. This is his second V8 swapped Datsun 510. The first one was the Purple People Eater, which he ran for several years here. Took a bit of a break, then picked up this one. Again, it's a small block Chevy 350 V8 swap with a TKO 5-speed road race transmission, custom suspension, limited slip, EBC brakes, Z-Car garage axles, sponsored by Classified Motorsports, Kyle Scanlon and Justine Boyer. His best time ever is a 2:01.231 set last year. Now he has done improvements to the car, but he hasn't really had the weather yet. He's turned to 2:06.7, about 5 seconds off his best ever. Actually, 5.5 seconds off his best ever. So he's still got this run and then a bunch more tomorrow. We will see if Bob Boyer improves and gets another personal best.
Awesome, buddy. Thanks. Thanks, bud.
Okay, we have a BMW parked out on the street. And it looks like it says in the back window, oh, can't read it. Happy endings, maybe? If this is your dark BMW, license plate VF797K, a dark blue, looks like an E30, E36 BMW with happy endings on your back window, your car is blocking a driveway and is going to get towed, and that's going to cost you $1 million. So you better run out and move your car now before the tow truck takes it away and costs you money. Oh yeah, okay, so yeah, that dark BMW green or blue. Anyway, move your car, please. Happy endings, BMW. You better move it or it's going to get towed. Yes, there'll be less happy endings for you. Sorry, that looked like that was Fred Del Perro on his way up the hill. One of our longest running drivers here at Knox, running 40 years here at Knox Mountain. Getting a little loose through turn one, lots of fun. This is Keith Robinson. Ooh, another one of our 70-plus year drivers. 70-plus years old drivers. 78-year-old Keith Robinson from Abbotsford, driving a 1998 Kodiak Fox Formula Ford. Sports Car Club of America Formula Ford Spec, sponsored by K&G Auto Recyclers. His best ever run, he doesn't know what year it was, but it was in a Formula Ford, a 209.375, currently sitting at a 217.0. So it sounds like the band has arrived and they're going to start setting up. If somebody can direct the band to where to plug in, I guess, We need to figure out how they can get power to their for their electricals and for getting set up. So the band will be playing here at the end of this run group, which is coming up shortly. Also, as I said, we've got all of the drivers parking their cars in the start line area once we bring everybody down from the top. So once we bring everyone down, they will go through the pits, and then everybody else is coming out, and they're going to park on the street for you so you can get a real up-close look at all the cars. Touch and feel and look and have fun. Oh, looks like we got Larry Sandham still to run. Okay, one more car. 100 hill climbs for Larry Sandham. 44 years racing at Knox Mountain. Congratulations, Larry. Job well done. Larry's best time here at Knox Mountain is a 1:59.9, set back in 07 with the same car. Again, this is 44 years racing here at Knox Mountain, is an actual record. No one has raced here longer at Knox. So Fred Del Perro is close at 40 years. So we'll have to wait and see whether Larry Sandham retires and then Fred Del Perro keeps going. But currently, Larry Sandham in this little Vauxhall Mini is the current record holder for the most number of years racing at Knox Mountain. Larry, 74 years old, looking to improve on a 1:59.9. His best so far this weekend earlier was a 2:15.4. And so Larry will be our last car up the hill for the day. But as I said, be sure to stick around. The cars are going to be out here on the start line area and warm-up area, and they'll be on display for you. We'll have to give them some time to get out here, but do stick around. Again, we've also got a band that's going to be getting set up, and they'll be playing for you some live rock, live something. I don't know. I guessed a rock. Sorry. Live music, so that's going to be fun too. Beer garden's open. The concession food trucks are all open. Make sure you stop by and pick up some food, go grab a beer, and just hang out until the band comes. And like I say, before that, you're going to have an opportunity to see the race cars up close and personal. Chat with the drivers about their times here. Who knows? You could be one of our next race car drivers here at the 66th Knox Mountain Hill Climb coming up next year. This is 65 years for us putting on an event. I've been an organizer here for the last 40 years, volunteering out of that 65 years. So almost 2/3 of the time this event's been running, I've been a volunteer. Very cool. Announcing for 24 years. Lots of fun. All right, so we are going to send up the safety truck after Larry, and then they're going to bring everybody down. They'll all cycle through the pits and then be brought back out as soon as we can to have our car show display. So like I say, go enjoy a beer, go have some food, and we'll hang out for a bit. In the meantime, before all of that happens, I'll do a very quick run through of our sponsors. Of course, Leavitt Machinery is our title sponsor. The event is called the Leavitt Machinery Knox Mountain Hill Climb. So a huge thank you to Leavitt Machinery for providing all sorts of machinery for us to help set up and take down the event. Artisan Roofing provides a pickup truck that's being used on the course for fire prevention. Wyant Auto Group, that's the Audi, Jaguar, and Land Rover, as well as Porsche and Volvo dealerships here in town. Go check them out if you're looking for one of those Uber makes of very cool, fine cars. The City of Kelowna and the Regional District allow us to use Knox Mountain Park for the event. Thank you. Classified Motorsports, they're in the infield. They've also provided sponsorship. Thank you to Classifieds. That's Justine Boyer and team. Again, thank you, Classified Motorsports. Fraserway RV provided a couple of RVs. One here on the announcing side, on the infield, and one on the other side for the timing of the event. So all the times for the cars go through that trailer. Thank you to Infotel Multimedia for some online advertising. Interstate Batteries, providing batteries to power our timing lights and the beams at both the start and finish line. iSpeed Communications, a local internet company, providing wireless internet service at the top of Knox Mountain. Kelowna's Classic Rock, K96.3, provided on-air advertising, numerous air mentions, and they've got an event crew at the hill both days. Mario's Towing, supplying tow trucks, flatbeds, and they've been put to work. As a matter of fact, they're on their way back up the hill as we speak. Mealing Welding and Supply, they've got a welding rig here on site, and they also supplied this year's trophies. Pacific Western Fire Prevention provided fire extinguishers on the hill. Rogers Communication providing internet at the bottom of the hill and allowing us to run the streaming video screen. So again, thanks very much to Rogers Communication. Stroma Signs deckled up all of our officials' cars. Tree of Life provided components for our lunch program for all our volunteers. Waste Connections of Canada providing our bins for recycling and garbage. ProjectFlatout.ca. They're in the display booth and also provided financial support for the Knox Mountain Hill Climb. Go talk to Pierre about your race car parts and getting your car race ready. Orchard View Builder, the title sponsor of the car show. Lauren Stead is our graphic designer that created our 65th anniversary t-shirt design. Also, Old Dutch Food supplied chips for our volunteers' lunches. We also have suppliers who give us discounts on various services for the hill climb. Central Okanagan Protective Services, Holly North Production, Interior Portables, Knox Mountain Market, Concast, Modulock, Trophy Den, and then 3 of our food trucks provide... Have to turn that off. 3 of our food trucks provide net proceeds for our donation from the net proceeds, and that's TNT Dynamite Gourmet, Aloha Okanagan as Sweet Cloud ice cream rolls. Our partners are CACC providing stewards on our permit. Sports Car Club of BC provide 2 race trucks for the hill and the manpower to operate them. We also have some charities. This year, the Knox Mountain Motorsport Club has chosen the Central Okanagan Bursary and Scholarship Society, the West Bank Museum, and we're also working with the charity of Leavitt Machinery, and that's the Heart and Stroke Foundation. Also have to have a big thank you for our big screen sponsors. That would be Applewood Performance, Jevity Life, and Lakeview Equipment. Without those 3 major sponsors, we wouldn't have the big screen here, so thank you for bringing that to life for us. In addition, thanking Reboot Racing, and these are all advertising on the giant screen. Reboot Racing FMM, the Green Real Estate Group, Lordco, Race Gear Performance Limited, Ewald Performance, Reach Tire and Auto, Kelowna Karting, to be opening soon. Check out Google Kelowna Karting. That sounds like that's going to be a lot of fun. Archetype Performance, WEG Canada, Creative Door, Orchard View Builders, Madison Industrial Group, Inland Truck and Equipment, and Classified Motorsports. Thank you for being sponsors and sponsoring ads on our big screen TV. We appreciate all of you. And I'm going to take a bit of a break since racing is done. And I will put on some classic rock from K96.3.
like the top two, like the top four that are.
4 fastest, 5 fastest. What have you come up with? I mean, if you can just do a sort easily.
Okay, I've got some times to pass on for everybody's last. Well, I'll give out their best run times. So, starting from the top numerically by car, David Naveau in his little Chevy Legend that's stripped down and turned into a hill climb race car. His best run was run number 3. He turned a 1:55.853. Sherry Anthony had her best run and her second run. That was a 2:11.144. Basil Koziak, his last run, turned a 2:43.704. Bob Sherman got down to a 2:20.335. Justine Boyer in the blue Mazda Miata, her second run was her quickest at 2:22.744. Bjorn Trapp, his last run was his fastest, down to a 2:04.486. Ryan O'Connor in the 95 Acura Integra, his last run was his fastest, a 2:04.103. Amanda Shuffles in the white and red Honda Civic that has an identical car to her husband or similar, turned a 2:16.540. That's 4 seconds faster, a personal best. Sheridan MP down to 2 minutes flat, 0.476. Jay Logie in that half a NASCAR, that Cup Light Series car, down to a 2:11.594. That was done on his last run as well. Ken Staples down to a 2:10.801 on his second run. Or sorry, third run. Eric Grochowski did not finish his last run, but turned a 2:10.851 as his best so far this weekend on his third run. Jerry Kroll down to a 1:58.745 and then didn't finish because of the flat tire for his fourth run. Dave Lockwood in the white and blue Nissan 350Z, a 2:19.575 on his last run. Larry Sandham turned a 2:14.936 on his last run. Richard Yatsina, his second run was his fastest, a 2:22.081. Anthony Raylinger down to a 2:08.072 on his last run. Matthew Murphy on his last run, a 2:02.207. Marie Sherman down to a 2:31.417 on her third run. Roger Flesher, a 2:19.970 on his third run. Jennifer Auker down to a 1:58.1, which is a personal best on her last run. Gail Baird in the green and white Honda Civic, a 2:36.768. That was on her second run. Bob Boyer turned a 2:06.755 on his third run. Fred Del Perro, a 2:05.084 on his third run. Mike Brasseur's last run of the day, a 1:59.176. Roger Seber turned a 1:50.363 on his third run. Dave Stevenson, a 2:19.131 on his last run. Norm Hayton, his third run was his quickest at a 2:04.282. Keith Robinson, a 2:12.988 on his fourth run. Wade Pollock at a 2:05.930 on his fourth run. Andre Marziali, a 1:51.870 on his fourth run. Michael Patora, a 2:12.146 on his fourth run. Greg Petroski in the red Subaru Impreza 2.5 RS, a 1:58.367. Basil Santa Maria in the white STI, a 1:52.978 on his last run. Brian Sinfield, his third run, a 2:18.733. Greg Kavoris in the Corvette, down to a 1:56.195 on his fourth run. That's in the blue Corvette. Greg Kavoris. Dermot Young
in the green and white Mini Cooper, down to a 229.797 in his fourth run. Braun Palko, a 225.335 in the white Acura, in a gray Acura Integra in his fourth run. Lloyd Collin in the white MR2, a 211.237 on his fourth run. Ryan Richmond in a red Honda Civic SI that he's sharing, a 206.521. Don Smith, a 215.082. That's in the multicolored BMW E36. 214.682 on his third run. Matthew Lee's second run was his fastest with a 225.928. That's in the Dodge Neon he's sharing with Ken Staples. Garrett Mealing in his Eagle Talon, that blue, white, orange, massive wings and all that kind of fun stuff. Best run this weekend. Doesn't count because it was his warm-up practice run of the day. He turned a 201, but his best run so far that actually counts, official runs, is a 219.599 on his third run. Interesting. Corey Usick down to a 209.176 on his fourth run. That's in the blue, heavily smoking, or earlier in the day, heavily smoking Mazda RX-7. Matt Sinfield on his fourth run in a black Honda Civic, a 212.581. Matthew Jasmine sharing the same car, a 224.704 on his third run. Frank Ewald in his fourth run in that Nissan NX 1600, a 206.763. Jesse White in the red Mazda Miata that he's sharing with Brian Sinfield, a 214.997 on his third run. Lauren Stead in the brown Datsun 1200, a 219.031 on his fourth run. Darren Graham in the Nissan GTR, a 146.764. If I'm not mistaken, that's our fastest time of the day in the Nissan GTR, and a personal best. Steve Percival in the white Honda Civic, a 216.619 in the white Honda Civic. And then our green Toyota Tercel rear-wheel drive S2000 ran a 209.333 on his third run. That was his fastest. So that's our updated times with the fastest times for each driver throughout the day. Be sure to make your way over to the start line warm-up area. The cars are starting to come out now to let you take a look. This is the fun part because, you know, we're not allowed into the pre-grid or the pits area. So this is really the only opportunity for you to take a look at the cars and even chat with the drivers. So make your way over, take a look, come on out of the beer garden, put a beer down for like 5 minutes and come on over and take a look.
I just need to quickly download the file so it doesn't mess up. Okay, Darren Graham, 146.
Okay, so our fastest driver so far this weekend, Darren Graham in the GTR with a 146.764. In second fastest this weekend, Roger Seber in that Hayabusa car, number 83, with a 150.363. And then our third fastest in the black BMW, the flat black BMW M3, Andre Marzali with a 151.870. So interesting, we have a very new-ish all-wheel drive coupe in first place, a purpose-built race car in second place, and then a highly modified production car, again, another coupe in third place overall for fastest times of the day. So pretty exciting, and we've got several more under the 2-minute barrier, including some of our women. So congratulations to everyone. Very exciting to see how people are getting personal bests already today, especially considering the weather is not brilliant, but it's, it is what it is. And so nice to see personal bests happening. Congrats, everyone. And again, let's make our way out and have a look at the cars, chat with the drivers.